months, baby. Arjan Pogo. Love you. That girl I told about the pussy last month never came back. Why am I like this, Sag? Months of brain rot and degeneracy. Let's go. Yo. "11 months, Peepo has das crazy hassle chat. Hey Hassie, 8 months, babies is on its way. mouths popping bottles with the boys, girls, and indies. Sussy. Happy Thursday, chat. Becca. My chat.
Waiting for Hasan. Gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on his stream. It's all a meme. So now what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Open up the casino, let the gamble in. It's time to sit. I bet we're gonna be sitting here waiting for Hasan. I used to come here for politics. Now I watch him game and yell at great names all day. God, how long have I been sitting here waiting for Hasan? Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan.
Has raid.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from very sunny and very warm California, Los Angeles. Folks, it's 76 degrees and sunny here right now. It's no longer hoodie weather because you experience the entirety of the seasons in California for some weird reason, from sun up till sundown. But I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Thursday, October 14, 2021, 11:21 p.m. And I'm, of course, very, very, very late. And I apologize for that, but I hope you guys at least spent some time, maybe streaming the new episode of Fear and Malding. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys liked that. I've been doing all right. I've been doing pretty good. There's a lot of news to cover on this wonderful day. Obviously, we're going to get to that. But before we do that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Now, you might be noticing the lack of items behind me. All of a sudden, there's a severe lack of things behind me. And that's because I'm beginning the final process of the move. There's some other things that you might also be noticing here as well, but let's not talk about that. Yeah, that's right. I'm finally gonna be moving. I said, fuck it. I can't be waiting for the Linus Tech Tips PC or the studio to be fully built out. I want to do this. I'm sick and tired of juggling between places. I'm gonna freaking do it, fam. I'm gonna freaking do it. A lot of people are saying merch. Why would you say that? Interesting that you're mentioning merchandise. What is that? What's merch? We call that apparel in the HasanAbi universe style guide. You know what I mean? Called apparel, and it is comfy as fuck. Made in the US of A, baby. Domestically manufactured, unionized labor. Every single part of this thing is comfy as a motherfucker. Let me tell you something. I'm wearing a triple XL right now. I size up. I don't know, the hoodie print looks cracked and low quality. Okay, then don't get it, bitch. Don't fucking get it then. Don't get it and be like the fucking millions of people that feel terrible about not getting in on the chicken tendy merch. We're going to talk about that in a second. Last night, I ended the broadcast. I was real tired. And, of course, I went to war. I went to war with the swerves, but not really. I mean, I had a friend of mine. Who is a stripper, is a sex worker. Asshole. She's brilliant. She's awesome. You guys know her, I think, from TikTok. Like, she did that TikTok video one time about me. Anyway, she hits me up and she goes, "Oh my God, someone's at the fucking strip club wearing your merch." I'm like, shut up. And this dude did not know. Like, he was just wearing my merch at the strip club casually. And she happened to be there working that night. And she sent me a video that she shot. And was like super stoked on it. And I asked, like, so what's the deal? Like, can I post this? And she's like, because I asked her to ask her other friend who was in the video. And I asked her to ask the fan, you know, is it okay? And he was like, fuck yeah, it's okay. Anyway.
Jammy's waiting for Hasan, Jammy's waiting for Hasan, Jammy's waiting for
So I posted about it foolishly on my goddamn Twitter, not realizing that, you know, I consent, the sex workers consent, the fan consents, but guess what? Twitter does not fucking consent. How dare you? And I drew the ire of Swerve Twitter, which is why I was up late night last night. You know? Yeah, isn't there someone you forgot to ask? That's the question you must ask yourself always when you post. You know, isn't there someone you forgot to ask? How will this inconvenience someone else? How does this not center around what's a swerve? Swerve is a sex work exclusionary radical feminist, kind of like TERF is a trans exclusionary radical feminist. We'll talk about that in a little bit, though. I'll talk about it further. I'll elaborate further. But yeah, this morning I woke up. I went and I shot another episode of Leftovers podcast. It's going to be up on Sunday, as always. I think it's like Saturday for members and then Sunday for everybody else. But
sussy,
you know, I did that. Had a lot of fun there, and that's why I'm late. So I apologize. You already know this is just how it works on Thursdays. This is the only time that like the whole ass crew can get together. I'm feeling a little tired and fatigued, maybe because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Thanks for fucking my mom, XQCL.
Can you show it on Twitch? I don't know. There's a little porn on Twitter. How did your tweet not consent? No, not according to Twitter. According to Twitter users. Twitter doesn't give a shit. You can have actual porn on Twitter. Twitter is one of the few platforms that's like low-key kind of more friendly than others to sex workers. Streams all day, 2 podcasts, IRL events. I don't know why I'm tired. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what it is. I don't know. I have like a headache. I think I like drank too much fucking coffee. I think that's what happened.
Hi.
Anyway. Regardless, though, that's what's been going on. We'll talk about the swerve shit, the swerve drama in a second.
Pogu.
Let me blast off. A little bout on Twitter last night.
Drip, 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 hassle.
Drama. More cinema news. You know, there's a lot going on. January 6th panel is moving forward with criminal contempt charges against Steve Bannon. And more. Will the merch have international shipping? Yes. Mr. Beast, would you participate if he invited? Wasn't it less about the shipping and more about your friends seeing someone wearing your merch? Yes. Any idea on what the pricing is going to be like? I mean, the original price for the hoodie that they showed me was fucking insane. So I was like, that's not happening. So we'll see. Merch is coming, folks. Do not worry. Did you ever watch the full Dave Chappelle special? I watched the entire thing and all the trans jokes didn't end up seeming that bad in full context. No, I did watch the entire one, yes. Dude, I did my latest video on my YouTube is literally about my takes on the fucking special itself. So, of course. No, it wasn't 100 plus. No. But it was, I think it was like $75. The first price they gave me, I was like, no shot. Go back to the drawing board. I was like, nope. We're not doing that. I was like, you know, fucking remove the detail. No fucking shot, dude. Are you kidding me? I was like, AOC was able to do tax the rich hoodies for 54 with domestic manufacturing, union labor. I was like, I'm not going a fucking penny over it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That shit's insane, dude. Are you nuts? No shot. First of all, I would not pay $75 for a fucking hoodie, okay? I would not pay $75 for a fucking hoodie. So that's nuts.
Yeah,
shirts are probably going to be basic. Shirts are probably going to be basic pricing that you always get on union domestic manufacturing. Is it going to be is it going to be what was the question? Is there anything on the back? Maybe. That's a surprise. Shipping internationally, yes. Do not fucking worry. Also, there's no bottleneck on this, baby, because it's domestically manufactured. I mean, international shipping might have some issues, but I don't think there's any problems from America, you know, exporting shit. I think it's the imports that have an issue.
Hassle.
So yeah.
Hassle.
New NFT rug pull happening. Discord is feeling so salty. Mechaverse racks up 60 million in Ethereum sales for NFTs we can't see yet. What? Please never send me fucking NFT news again, unless it's like a hilarious crash and burn of yet another NFT that came out to be a scam. This is not a crypto broadcast, okay? Maya's hoodies are 65 and they're made in Bangladesh, recycled materials. Don't feel like 75 would be that big of a stretch with a labor angle. We'll see what fucking happens. I don't feel comfortable selling anything for that. I don't feel comfortable selling hoodies for that price though. Like, unless it's like impossible, unless they literally can't fucking figure it out, I'm gonna try to lower that dramatically. A big part of this is that this is a collaboration with another company that like is, you know, facilitating this stuff, right? I'm the one who's sourcing it for the most part, but like, so they have a profit margin,
Sussy.
right? And I have a profit margin. I don't even know what it is. They are the ones who like are supposed to tell me. They haven't told me yet. But part of it is like, I'm literally fucking telling them that like they have to cut back on the profit margin, and mine as well, of course, so that we can like,
So do you have
you
any
know,
tips on
we
how
can
to join
fucking
subs that have brain rot after a long sub period? Seems fun. Smile.
sell these at like a reasonable price point. That shit's wild.
Why
Uber
does
Eats is
everyone
now
have a white name?
loans. What? Buy now, pay later at Domino's. Payback over 6 weeks. What the fuck? Uber Eats offering loans for pizza. What the fuck is this, dude? What the absolute living fuck is going on here, dude?
Merch.
I don't even know what this is. All right.
With 5 months. Boop.
And Strike Watch, baby.
Am I out of 9-month danger zone
No,
now?
www dot. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, there it is.
Super fucking happy for you to move in and enjoy your land king hassle.
Okay, there it is here. We're late, so obviously not everyone's getting the noties here. So fucking retweet this, please.
1 year leftist brain rot.
Yeah, I immediately used that Ben Shabibo photo. Broke back Shabibo. Have you seen this car? Oh my fucking god, dude. This car looks fucking sick. What the fuck is this?
Check this out, guys. Come on. This is the grand sphere. Look at this. Look at this projection. You've got
Oh, I fucking hate this.
To dive pog.
Yo, I don't know if it's just me or not, but like I low-key fucking hate like these dashboards, dude. I think maybe I'm getting old or something. It probably is. I am getting old. But like I just hate fucking these kinds of like dashboards. I'm a fan of the heads-up display that Beamers have. But like I want a regular dash.
3 months away from
massive
becoming a brain
screen
dead
here.
Chapter Hass.
Now, watch this. Remove the seat back. Okay. Autonomous mode,
13 months.
right?
Not feeling
Means I can
creative.
relax back
Pee,
here.
pee, poo, I
Now,
love you
this
and
is
you
so
and you.
cool.
Sorry,
Let's close
cool.
the door. Okay.
Sorry,
All right, now
cool.
watch this. Look at this. It's going to recognize my hand. Okay, ready? Look. just by going like this. Now watch this. I'm actually moving the dial with my hand. That is magic.
This is a
wait,
grim
wait,
reminder I am
and
aging.
now
I better get a dog
it's going to
house
respond
in
the other way. Look
backyard
at
of
this.
the mansion.
Look at this.
Love you,
That is
Hass.
absolutely insane. How crazy is that?
Bro, this sucks.
8-monther.
Like, I'm definitely getting old, dude. I'm definitely getting old, dude. I hate this.
Thank you.
Like, I totally
Keep up
fucking
the
hate
excellent
this
work.
in every way, shape, and form. I'm an analog fan, dude.
$11 months. Let's go.
I'm
Almost a
analog
year
all
of
the way,
being
baby. Let's
radicalized
go.
by
I'm a
our
zoomer and this
Hass.
sucks. How hard would it be to touch it and twist
Love
it?
you,
Yeah,
Hasan,
that's what I'm
enjoying the
saying. And
stream while
also,
acting.
it's never going to be the same as like haptics, right? No matter what happens, no matter how fucking advanced it is, it's never going to be the same as haptics. Or tactile feedback or whatever. So I'm a straight up fucking analog fan all day.
Hassle.
Old people are into this type of shit way more than young people. Boomer. Also, where's the fucking wheel on this, dude?
The
Look,
corporate dens
ready?
are attacking
Call for
my
takeover.
boy,
Are you ready?
Joel Brooks in Jersey City. Drop it
Stop.
on chat.
No shot. No shot. No, that's. I hope this never. I hope they literally
Let this
never
drive.
let this drive on the road. Oh, okay.
What?
Thank God. Thank God there's a steering wheel. Fuck me. Holy shit.
12-month sub anniversary and merch. Can I get a sussy in chat? Hassle.
Wait, don't tell me she's gonna fucking drive it from afar, dude. Don't do that.
Back again. Feels good.
Hey, hold on. I gotta start my car. I'll be right there in 12 minutes. Why? Well, because I gotta pull my fucking steering wheel out. Because I have a cool dashboard instead. Hold up, dude. Let me fucking start my car. And by that, I mean not let the fucking, like, not let the engine start running, and you know, get ready. It's because, I just gotta pull my steering wheel out. That's so stupid. Let me start the process
Love
of
you
starting
all.
my car real
Hassle
quick.
THX for
BRB.
everything at HasanAbi. Hassle, you educated me so
Nah,
much,
fuck
and I am
that.
so grateful for that. I wish you the best and only the best. Hassle.
Activated. Drive mode activated. All right, come into the passenger seat.
3
Come around.
months. Let's go.
I mean, the outside looks really cool. Why is there a grill? Wait, you're gonna tell me that they made a
2
future
months
car and
like
it's
your
not
hat.
electric?
Fellow Texan. Am ashamed to be Texan. I
If this car literally is not electric, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's hilarious, dude. Oh, it is electric. Okay. So, oh, they just like put a fake grill,
Thank for making
like
me
a
happy while high ASF.
grill, just so it
Hassle.
looks cool.
All right, now check this out. Look,
18 mount
this is
crane
like a
modding
living
comment.
room, right? So, with your passenger, if I press right here, you get your drink.
Bro, this is literally like, hey, what's up? You want some fucking, you want to do some drunk driving?
Hassle.
And this pulls out some fresh water. All right. Now this has been deactivated because otherwise they knew I'd drink it all.
As Sag.
No, if
Okay, I need to see the full video now. I need to see the full video of this fucking monstrosity. Is the car with DUI included? Bro, they're just like, yo, the fucking... This is the Florida market, dude. They're trying to capture the Florida market in its entirety. Hello, welcome to the DUI car. Do you want to be a representative in the state of Florida? Do you want to one day maybe become the president? Here's a DUI car for you.
But socialism is no profit for
I need to see the full one. I need to see the full shit. Conservatives are not fun, creative, smart, empathetic, or interesting. That's why they don't make great art. Their art sucks ass, period. The next great music will never come from the right. It hasn't so far. For why would it ever? It hasn't so far. Why would it in the future?
Out there, and sure, people need to see. And this goes to your question about what conservatives do. Conservatives need to start showing people, hey, you know, we're actually the fun people. We're the interesting people.
Bro, how are you going to be the fun people when like your entire ideology on like the theoretical side revolves around like austerity measures, you know what I mean? Or just being ruthless to other nations. And also the side that everyone actually cares about, not the material, but like the side that everybody actually cares about, the side that everyone sees on the aesthetic side is just about being angry at minorities existing. Like, you can't make good art out of that. You just can't, dude. You're just going to be brutal.
That you would recommend something that is not super neoclassical.
That's it. Like, you can't be an artist with a mentality of like, I hate new things. We need to go back to the way things were. Like, that's just, if conservation of prior traditions is the way that you fucking want to make art, like, it's never gonna happen. Every single artist that we celebrate now was celebrated exclusively because it was new. And it was like cutting edge. Doing things that people were saying you're not allowed to do or had never thought about doing. It's like so dull. Ad agencies having a normal one, a thread.
15 months in, I can feel the brain rot.
Lol and ad, first of all, there is no thread here. Lol, an ad company offered to pay me for a product promotion under this tweet. Have you also watched a coworker be murdered by police in defense of the rich? De-stress with the best suctional vibrator on the market. I need to watch the entirety of the Joe Rogan thing, by the way. We need to find it. I'm sure it's on there. I've seen so many clips of it. I gotta watch the entire fucking thing.
Hassle.
Netflix defending Dave Chappelle. Netflix defending or Netflix executives defending Dave Chappelle. And also Joe Rogan with Sanjay Gupta. Like, there's a lot going on there that I totally want to.
Love you, chat.
The peak conservative art is quite literally the film Birth of a Nation, simply because white supremacists had the means to make a film before anyone else. World TV boom. Opinion. The success of Squid Game illustrates the benefits of globalization and free trade. What?
Michael Knowles and Ted Cruz are
Does he mean like
tonight.
a successful K-drama coming to Netflix? Because he can't mean like the actual subject matter. Like, Korean movies are very dark. They're very bleak. Okay? There's a lot of like emotional labor that they subject you to when you're watching it. But having said that, if there's one thing that you always see in fucking K-dramas or Korean movies in general, especially ones that make it out west, it's fucking incredibly anti-capitalist. There's so much anti-capitalist undertones, both in the subject matter of Squid Game. Spoiler alert, but like, you know, it's a bunch of working class people who are in horrible conditions that they've been subjected to as a consequence of the system literally fucking killing each other. It's not even an undertone, it's an overtone. It's the entire overtone. Vast majority of K-dramas are super pro-capitalist. Yeah, sorry. I'm like K-pop and K-dramas are pro-capitalist, but a lot of it. I was going to say this as well, by the way. No one should feel bad about higher U.S. union-made prices. Love something as much as Nicholas Kristof loves sweatshops. 2 cheers for sweatshops. Let them sweat. In praise of the maligned sweatshop. Where sweatshops are a dream. Isn't this guy leaving the New York Times now to like run for office or something? What is he going to run on? Fucking more sweatshops? Sweatshops here in America. Come on.
Why just choose the dial?
Motherfuckers watch a few Bon Joon-ho movies and think all Korean movies are anti-cap? No.
18 months spog. Also, this car has a sex mode. I love you, chat Hassel.
Nutjob Texas administrator wants other teachers to opposing perspective on the Holocaust. Yeah, I saw that. All right, let's get started on the news. First and foremost, let's click on this. Mr. Beast is doing an IRL Squid Game. So there's that. If he asked me to join it, I probably would do it. Hopefully there's no real murder happening. But it's fucking Mr. Beast, so I wouldn't be surprised. According to NBC News, a South Lake school teacher,
thank you,
or school leader, tells teachers to balance Holocaust books, you guessed it, with opposing values. Why not hear from both sides of the equation, they say. Let's get started with that. This is a Carroll staff member who was secretly recorded. A Carroll staff member who secretly recorded Petty's comments and shared the audio with NBC News. The following has been edited for length.
We are in the middle of a political mess.
Suck it at HasanAbi.
And you are in the middle of a political mess. And so we just have to do the best that we can. And so we're going to go and we're going to do, you're going to do what you do best.
Let's
and
go
that's
6 months.
to teach kids.
I think we're all just really terrified.
I think you are terrified. And I wish I could take that away. I do. I can't. I can't do that. You are professionals.
10 months.
We
Am I a
hired
smooth
you
brain now?
as professionals. We trust you with our children. So if you think the book is okay, then let's go with it. And whatever happens, we will fight it together. We will.
There's a lot of districts that are in the exact same spot we're in, and no one knows how to navigate.
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. That's not true.
30 moths sub. Here since tiny baby Arjan Hassel.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows how to navigate those waters, okay? Like, the only people that are like, oh man, I don't know how to navigate these waters when it comes down to the literal fucking Holocaust, it's the Nazis that don't know how to navigate those waters. Let's be real.
Hey.
What the fuck is that? I mean, basically, it's like centrism is fucking brain disease, and there's no better representation of the fact that centrism is a brain disease than literally being like, what about both sides of the Holocaust?
These
Courtesy
waters.
of
I
my
mean,
wife's
no one.
boyfriend.
Teachers complained that they still didn't understand the new book guidelines. So Petty offered an example.
As you go through,
11 months
just try to
ago.
remember the concepts of 3979 and make sure that if you have a book on the Holocaust, that you have one that has that has other.
How do you oppose the Holocaust?
Sorry for being too sus.
Believe me, that's
Just
come
kidding.
up.
Believe me, that's come up.
So number the stars, which is
In a statement, a Carroll spokesman said Petty's example about the Holocaust reflects the
friend.
district's attempt to comply with a new state law that requires teachers to present multiple perspectives when discussing widely debated and currently controversial issues. Yeah, I mean, by the way, this is honest. It's brutal,
4 months.
but it's
Really,
honest.
Chad.
Like, what? You think? I mean, this is no different than fucking being like, why don't we hear both sides on the Confederate side?
At HasanAbi literally.
We need to hear both sides on the Confederacy. It's the same shit. You know? The Holocaust is not widely
Enjoy these
debated
Bezos
yet.
bucks.
Neither should be the
3 to 6
Confederacy.
countings, hey, Sarah.
You get what I'm saying? Do you understand? Like, so in a way, this is a brutal thing to hear. Expected, but brutal thing to hear. But also at the same time, it is literally no fucking different
Proudful year contributed
Then-
to the HasanAbi Fund.
debating the Confederacy. There's two positions that you can take throughout history. I don't like to do this. I don't like taking normative positions on
Can't wait to see
I don't
these
like using normative
autonomous
statements
guns
on
get
like
mad at Tesla's
the
and street
morality
race
of
against the drivers
states.
will lol.
I often go back to the material, right?
The
Because
Social
that's
Security
how you're
Office
supposed to look at
denied my
history. But there's
disability
two
claim because I
examples
was
that you're
able to
supposed to
work
look
2 years
at
before I became
that is
disabled.
widely
Yeah,
accepted as like morally
I fucking
abhorrent.
hate it here.
Slavery and the Nazis.
Thanks for the entertainment.
That's it.
Man.
But in America, they're like, man, I don't know about this slavery thing, dude. Brother, I need to see both sides of this. I need to hear that. Right? In America, obviously, for good reason, there is no dissent or no debate around like the ethics of the Holocaust from the side of the fucking Nazis. Not a nuanced issue. But we do have this conversation regularly about slavery. And this is the logical conclusion of anti-CRT treatment, like anti-CRT teaching. Now, this doesn't mean that like these concepts should not be discussed. Don't misunderstand me. There's a difference between like learning about both sides of a situation, learning about the conditions in Germany leading up to World War II, all that sort of stuff. Like, no, there, of course you should learn about that. You should learn about everything in school. That's not what I'm saying. But like, let's use teachings from the other side. Like, we need to cover a book. Like, we need to do Mein Kampf. We need to do a reading on Mein Kampf. That's ridiculous.
Big Haz is my daddy.
You know? Yes, here, Rockwell Trump portrait. I know. Here you go. Some of the best art being produced today. Exactly. Look at that. It's beautiful. I know. You keep fucking posting it, dude.
1 year and some already. Let's go, baby Morone. Pog.
What about learning the other side of the Cold War? I wish they did that. I wish. That would genuinely be a
Let's go, love
productive experience, a productive learning experience for so many. They, of course, never do that, though. That's never something that happens. Yo, he does look like Alec Baldwin. This literally looks more like Alec Baldwin playing Trump than fucking Donald Trump. It's also incredibly thin. An adjacent city fired black principal for white wife. I know you read my post about 1,000,000 times. So if you want to tie in how fuck this Holocaust thing is, what? Beloved black principal fired in ludicrous critical race theory spat. What?
Here, rich man, take my jimmies.
How is the Cold War actually being taught in the U.S.? I mean, it's not. And what it is being taught, it's mostly like, I suspect, I don't know personally, actually. There probably is. I don't know why I said that. Like, I didn't fucking go to school here. What the fuck do I know? I'm just like experiencing the negative consequences of Red Scare propaganda on a daily basis every single fucking day that I live. But so I just immediately assume that they just don't teach it, or when it's actually taught, it's taught like it's just taught like, you know, communism man bad, Russia bad, communism man bad. At best, it's a laughably idealistic economic organization. And at its worst, it's actually a murderous genocidal ideology that killed 700 gorillion people. And it's so much worse than the Nazis, actually. Like that type of thing. USSR, no freedom. America, all freedoms. Yeah. USSR bad guy with nukes. America good guy with nukes. That makes sense. It's true.
A full fucking year, poggers. Buy me tendies now.
We learned. Wait, what? We were taught that communism is good in theory and bad in practice. I've heard that a lot. Do they even say that anymore? I feel like now we've become more reactionary. Dude, stop sending me the fucking Spotify embed podcast episode, dude. I'm like not gonna fucking Yeah, dude, here, let's just listen to a fucking Spotify podcast.
Falling on. I saw a while
let's
ago.
just do this. This is good content for us. Thanks, man. Hey, chatter, thank you for the suggestion. Let's just sit here and like watch a fucking podcast go forward. Motherfucker, just give me the goddamn, just give me a fucking ripped video or let's not do that. USA guy with food, USSR bad guy with no food. Yeah, that's ironic because according to the CIA at the time, they said that the Russian diet was like comparable, if not healthier, than the American diet. Despite the fact that like that was the CIA's internal documents, of course. The propaganda that was being put out though was that, you know, no food. USSR means no food and bread lines. I already watched the gain of function research clip. Chatter. I've seen that already.
1 year, baby, let's go.
Only taught in college courses. Most won't speak about the Red Summer, Red Scare, and if they do speak about it, it's supported as a means of catching USSR spies.
Speaking of both sides, hope you'll take a look at the new Johnny Harris vid. It's a series on Cyprus, and as a Cypriot, I recommend it as an objective and well-produced look at the Cyprus issue. Hassle.
Dude, I know. I already saw this clip. The Abyss of Life. I'm calling you out individually. We watched that clip yesterday. That's only 6 minutes. I want to see the full thing. Okay, I don't know if you are like watching on mute or something, or you're on like a massive delay. I had a somewhat nuanced education on the USSR and New York City public schools, but it was still anti-communist, of course.
Months. You're a king, Hasan. Keep up the great work. Wife-AMD, I love your stream. At HasanAbi.
Lauren Boebert with the worst take on gun control. Yeah, okay, let's get to... I'm done with this fucking Texas story. Or not Texas, sorry. Lauren Boebert said a man in Norway just killed a bunch of people with a bow and arrow. Norway has some of the strictest gun laws around, yet mass killings still occur. Norway has had 2 mass killings in the past decade.
Thank you for changing my life and my family's life at HasanAbi by opening my eyes to how the world really
Liberals
is.
need to understand that it's not the gun, it's the criminal who commits the act. How can you fucking... This is yet another instance of like conservatives
like getting worried about getting to 9 months.
Literally using an example that immediately disproves their position, but because they're fucking conservative and because the hogs that are watching don't know any better, benefiting from just saying shit. It's fucking hilarious, dude. I mean, literally, anyone that sees what the fuck's going on here,
hello, Hasan, and
okay,
chat smile.
Immediately should go, yeah, this doesn't seem right, considering that, you know, Norway has significantly less mass shootings.
Feeling existential today. Sussy.
But of course, you can get away with dumb shit like this. You can say dumb shit like this. When your audience is a bunch of fucking idiots who are on your side just or agree with what you're saying simply because, you know, they agree with what you're saying. You're on the same team. How many people could he have killed if he had a fucking gun, dog? If he killed 5 people. Would have killed way more. You want to know why we know that? Because there's an example of it. The previous mass shooting that occurred in Norway.
Dead capital.
Anders Breivik. He used weapons and he killed a lot more. Norway also has 75 times less of a population than the United States. By the way, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Per capita mass shootings are, like, individual acts of mass shootings are still significantly lower than the United States of America. One happens maybe a year or something like that. The United States of America is worse on every fucking metric. You guessing? No, I'm not guessing, you fucking idiot. I cover this professionally for nearly a decade. And I've had idiots, and as someone who loves shooting guns myself, I've had idiots come in here and try to argue against me on this issue many times, including the one metric, the per capita deaths in the last decade actually comes out to being higher, I think. Deaths overall. Because of the one terror attack from Anders Breivik. Just Black literally famously tried to do this exact same type of argument to me. To be like, yeah, Anders Breivik killed 69 kids with a gun and 8 with a bomb. And that was back in 2011. More than a decade ago now. He was a fucking Nazi. We have a mass shooting every day, bro. They have one every, like, mass murders. One every fucking 10 years, dude. We have multiple every day, actually. Not even, like, every week or whatever. We have multiple fucking mass killings every week. Or every day. In Norway, 5 people were just killed by a bow and arrow. In Las Vegas, Stephen Paddock shot and killed 60, while another 411 were wounded by gunfire. But sure, basically the same thing. It was 5 people, not a mass killing. We have hardly any terror attacks since World War II at all. Do research before talking. If this is your first thought about people who have lost their lives, you need to get a grip.
second or number one.
Yeah. It's wild, dude. It's an incredibly common occurrence. So anyone who fucking denies that is denying reality. Like denying the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you'd like to enjoy this broadcast in an ad-free experience, there are some things you can do. Some which I can say, some which I have been warned not to say. You can, for example, subscribe with a $5 subscription. You can subscribe with a free subscription. If you have a Twitch Prime, that is. You can also do some other stuff that I can't say anymore. So here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Hey.
Yeah, I got in trouble.
A cob.
I guess VPN you can say. The other one, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but you can't say that. I forgot. I took it out of my vernacular. I've never used it in my entire life.
Wait, you can subscribe for free?
$611 mass shootings in 2020 and 417 in 2019 in the United States. Yeah, something like that.
Yo.
Who's participating in NEF-Twit selfie day tomorrow? NEF-Twit? There's a NEF-Twit? Like he has a stan community now? I love that. The population of the country is lower, therefore a city of 25,000 people has less people in Norway than a city of 25,000 people in the USA? Yeah.
This is George Orwell 1987 all over.
Did my stans move over to Will Neff now? Because he's less problematic? Is that what's going on? Probably.
Omegalal.
Yeah, apparently there's a fucking food loan. I don't know what that is, but hey, you can pay over 6 weeks if you buy a fucking pizza. That's tight. We saw the Audi. Here are some updates on strikes. Strike Watch 2021. Strike Watch. IATSE says in response to our strike deadline announcement this week, we are getting reports some studios are scheduling unplanned 6th and 7th days and additional overtime. It is shameful that during negotiation focused on unsafe hours and other abusive conditions, some AMPTP companies are intentionally choosing to risk the health and safety of our members to serve their own selfish interests. It highlights the urgency of our issues. Members, if you feel unsafe or are unable to perform services due to long hours and extra work days, report this to the appropriate studio safety hotline immediately and request a ride or a room at the end of each day to ensure your safety and the safety of others on the road. Here are the numbers for the safety hotlines for each individual studio. Of course, the reason for why they're like asking for producers and production staff to fucking work extra hours is because they're gearing up for a strike. So they want to fucking make sure that they're like they can squeeze out as much content as they possibly can. Because they don't give a fuck about you.
Sussy.
Speaking of Strike Watch, 10,000 John Deere workers walked out today. Good news. Well, I guess technically bad news because like ultimately you never want a strike to happen. You want the company to meet your demands that are always reasonable.
Gaming.
Hold on. There's a video of ABC actually covering it, which is surprising, which I love seeing.
Yeah, can I get a financed pizza?
More than 10,000 John Deere workers, ladies and gentlemen, are on strike following failed contract negotiations. Let's go. That's right. Workers are demanding more after long hours throughout the pandemic and amid labor shortages. John Deere. The strike comes as John Deere is making record earnings, and is expecting to rake in $5.7 to $5.9 billion in sales this year. Bars. Why is it so fire? Why is the beat so fat, dude? What's going on there? Stop rapping, you're white. I'm just fucking reading. I'm not even rapping. Shut up, bitch. Did you see a group tried to organize a national strike day tomorrow? Yeah, fucking it's clowns, dude. Okay, they're not even the people that are. Yeah, the strike breaking part we're gonna talk about in a second. So that's the good news.
Cute in that hat, daddy.
Good morning, America. What? Oh, here it is. This is what I was gonna show you. America on strike. 10,000 John Deere employees are walking off the job amid a contract dispute. Terry Moran is reporting. So Terry Moran, senior national correspondent for ABC News, actually had, friend of the show. And I had him first, but friend of the show, Jonah Furman, on the other day to talk to him about the strikes, and now he's delivering it on fucking Good Morning America. We're seeing some fucking mainstream pickup, which is pretty good. Pretty solid overall. Jonah Furman is getting a lot of coverage in the news, and he deserves all of it. And of course, let's hear what this is about.
In a wave of labor stoppages across the country, there is a new militant spirit in the American workforce. Workers want more, and they're willing to strike to get it.
John Dussey.
What's wrong with the general strike? I'm skipping work tomorrow. It's not real. Like, it's just like, it's TikTok, dude. Isn't tomorrow strike day? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I have literal fucking babies in my community, and I keep forgetting that, like, there's this, like, babies first leftists, and I need to take into consideration that so many people have, like, no comprehension, no understanding of, like, how organizing fucking works. It's not a real strike. It's like a random fucking website. And it's a bunch of like weirdo fucking leftist grifters that are like trying to latch onto it. Not a single fucking serious labor writer. Most of whom I am good friends with and have had on this fucking broadcast, even knew about it. I hit up Alex Press last night. Okay? Who wrote about the IATSE strike for the New York fucking Times. And I was like, have you heard about this general strike shit? Like, what the fuck is this? And she was like, I had never even heard about this until you just told me, and I looked it up on Twitter. She goes, God bless the internet. It's not a fucking real thing. General strike is praxis. Shut up, moron. Dude, are you guys like trying to get fucking clapped? Is that why you're doing this? Is that why? Because I will fucking ban you, okay? You cannot have a general strike without actual fucking unions getting on board with it. You not eating chicken tendies for the day is not a general strike. Not a single fucking union is on board with this supposed general strike. The organizers themselves have fucking left the cause. The page still remains. Praxis. I'm doing praxis. I'm walking out of my workplace tomorrow.
We are sensitive chatlings.
Fucking morons, dude. God damn it. The same fucking dumbasses.
The no union general strikers.
Who call me a fucking fake leftist on the internet, who've never even talked to a fucking labor organizer in their entire goddamn lives, who don't understand how any of this works, saying that they're gonna do a fucking general strike. Yeah, do a general strike by fucking not tweeting dumbass shit for one day, okay? The coverage that you see on this broadcast is about real labor movements, okay? Not a bunch of fucking dumbass podcasters on the left who maybe well-intentionally or with well intentions Or maybe because they want to fucking grift off of like labor movements or something and like, you know, get their Substacks going. Build a fucking page. People going on strike are a good thing. Yes.
Unionization efforts, but I don't
but if you're just like, oh, I'm doing a general strike, dude, what the fuck? Why aren't you talking about it? Yeah, like you're part of any real labor movement, dude. Says Disco Afro Man. Oh my god, I am going to literally video game myself today. I can't do this. I can't fucking do this. I'm gonna video game myself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't tell if these are like legit trolls or if these are like actual fucking idiots that think that they're like doing something. Okay. If you don't have actual fucking labor unions on board, if you haven't reached out to union organizers and you're just like trying to organize on TikTok and Twitter in workplaces that are not themselves organized, if you haven't authorized a strike, you can't do that. Like that's not a strike. That's just you taking a day off. You fucking idiot. You have no leverage. It's just you taking a fucking day off. There's a difference. We've been talking about the IATSE strike for weeks now. There's an organizational structure within like motivating 60,000 employees in a private sector. There's a democratic process that gives the power to the leadership of the union to say, we will strike if our demands are not met. The general strike features none of that. It's just like a bunch of fucking people who are like, I'm a leftist because I read memes on the internet and I love HasanAbi. And I learned about being a leftist from HasanAbi, and then I started going into like other communities, and I really like got caught up in the aesthetics of leftism. And now I'm a fucking Marxist memist. What has Hasan done besides talk to people? Oh. There are fucking literal, like, there are labor organizers in this community that are doing significantly more than you that appreciate my coverage on this matter, dude. I'm a fucking media person. Shut the fuck up, okay? I'm not like the end all be all. I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so fucking wonderful. Oh, look at me, how brave.
Sussy this chat now.
But like, you're a fucking idiot. You're just in my Twitch chat being like, what are you doing? I'm doing what I do. I'm doing what I do best. I'm doing a pretty damn good job at it. I'm fucking sick and tired of it. You're not a media person, you're a social media influencer? Yes, because unlike media people, I actually do have a fucking real audience instead of an over reliance on like fucking boosting metrics by pumping out fucking ads and then getting involved in the hedge fund grift to maintain my relevance by latching my fucking identity onto as many fucking big banks as possible so that other people are also in the scam now because they also need to make money off of it. That's the difference between me and a fucking media company like Aussie, for example, or numerous other media companies that have no fucking audiences and no real visibility, no eyeballs, but still get hundreds of millions of fucking dollars when they're not directly engaging in fraudulent activities such as, raising money by lying about a relationship that they don't have with fucking YouTube. And also, thank you, Novella McJazzy. These people that are not striking the wrong way, they're just not striking. You know, you're just like taking a day off from work and thinking that you did something. A general strike is just taking off work for a day and using Twitter and TikTok, you filthy fucking revisionist. Me and my Discord are going to start socialism without you. Hasan is invaluable to the left. It's a 100% disingenuous take every time. If people say otherwise, is that a contempt for leftism, not because of any bearing in reality? Like these fucking dildos who claim to have created a general strike don't even have any fucking union support. Nobody knows. Not a single labor writer knows about this. There's not a single fucking union that is like, yeah, we're participating in this. So what are you fucking striking? You're just taking a day off? Where's your strike fund? Did you do a fucking vote? Did you collect information on every single person that's like involved in the strike? Did you organize your workplace? Do you have lawyers to protect you? You have nothing. So shut the fuck up. You're not doing anything. You're just taking a fucking day off. Taking one day off is not how you strike, by the way. Okay? I'm sorry to hurt your fucking feelings, but a lot of babies first leftist motherfuckers think they know better, and they come in here and they're like, dude, you're so fucking fake, dog. You're so fucking fake. Yeah, dude, I'm fake. Okay? Shut the fuck up. You don't fucking strike for one day. That's just you're taking a day off. You strike until your fucking demands are met. That's how this works.
15 months of Dono Walpog.
I know they have a website. It's bullshit. In 9 hours, boys, the national general strike is going to happen. Come on, dude. Red fist. Yo, you motherfuckers would literally get so quickly involved in Intel Pro. Like, it's not even a joke.
Hasan, you disappointed
Straight
me.
up. Like, the government could fucking have you on a list so quick. Oh, motherfuckers, dude. My union can't even fucking strike right now because the dipshits that negotiated a contract before I got there put in a no-strike provision for the duration of the contract. I'm meeting my representatives tomorrow to yell about this. Yeah, this is like the Joseph Kony 2012 of strikes. It's red. It's got a fist, dude.
Hi, Hasan.
Yeah, and if you absolutely cannot take off, you can still support the movement, dude.
Official Stan, love your bud.
They literally tell you not to tell your boss why you're taking a day off on that website. How is that helpful at all when the whole point of a strike is to better your workplace? It is. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. And no, I don't think this is a CIA honeypot. Okay? You want to know why? Because the people that click on this are not, like, ever going to cause serious material harm. Okay? They're not. This, if anything, it's probably like a fucking 4chan op
11 months.
that
No
then that some other like
hassle.
dummy fucking Jimmy Dore fans or some shit got on board with. Can a strike even work on a national level? Oh my god, of course it can. A general strike is an incredibly effective way to make the captains of industry listen to your demands and also make the government listen to your demands. Are you fucking nuts? But it's an incredibly difficult process to even start off. 10% of this 10% of this country is unionized. Okay, 10% of our labor force is fucking unionized. We could, even with that alone, make serious fucking change. Right now, and I've told you this already, given the bottleneck in our logistics, given the bottleneck in our supply chain, right now all you need is stevedores, longshoremen, truck drivers, and delivery drivers to get together. Like, you get the fucking Teamsters on board, dude, it's a wrap. Even one of them. You don't even need 10% of you don't need the entire fucking unionized labor force to strike. It would completely shut off the economy. Like, literally, like that. Click. The amount of bargaining power, negotiations in negotiations that like Teamsters have currently is unfathomable to me. So get truckers in the entire country will get to burn the ground. That's why their contracts are sexy. Yeah. National Guard would substitute the labor. No, the fuck it wouldn't. No, the fuck it won't. They can drive buses, dude, but how are they gonna fucking learn how to use the power tools to like take shit off the goddamn ships? The National Guard, dude. Yeah, okay. What are they gonna do? Do you know how to operate a winch or whatever the fuck it's called? Do you know? Yeah. How many of the National Guardsmen have CDLs, dude? What's up? How are they gonna fucking drive the trucks?
Gimme a kiss, chat peepo kiss.
No National Guard member can whip up a sandwich like me. Good luck, you soldier. Extra onions, bitch. Okay, well.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like an eclectic group of like 20-year-olds who can't even grow a fucking beard and like 35-year-olds who are way past their fucking prime. They're gonna get together and like you know, operate forklifts and stuff and load that shit on the trucks at the same level of efficiency as like a professional certified unionized group of individuals that have been like fucking doing this for so many years that it's muscle memory at that point. You fucking kidding me, dude? That would literally destroy the supply chain in an irreparable capacity. Do you understand? Like it would make it so much worse.
Yo, Hassie, can I get a kissy kiss?
Do you think your influence could help organize an actual general strike? No. My influence is nothing in comparison to the actual organizational power that union leadership has. If anything, I can use my influence to talk to fucking unions and see if they're on board or like try to do something in that capacity. But that's my point. My point is that like, that's not how this works.
Has right Hasan.
This is nothing. Okay. This is nothing. Ultimately, I can get the word out. I can use my influence in certain ways. And it can be a very powerful tool. Propaganda can be very successful. But propaganda alone is not going to fucking motivate the masses that stand to lose so much. Yeah, who the fuck am I going to influence, dude? I mean, there are union members in here. There are fucking people in manufacturing, people in trucking, all this other shit, nurses, whatnot. But ultimately, who am I going to influence? A bunch of fucking neats and you know, PhDs and shit. Which, by the way, PhDs should fucking unionize, and some try desperately. It's UC Davis, if I'm not mistaken, and they deserve it. Any insight on physicians unionizing?
You are clearly uneducated with respect to strikes. Any leftist worth their salt knows that a strike is when you knock down all the pins during bowling.
Kellogg's worker on strike last night holding down the picket line through the torrential rain in Omaha, Nebraska. Damn, that's fucking fire. How the fuck can we unionize the country's workers more? It's so sad to hear that only 10% is there. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. Anyway, so yeah, there's a difference between like a union
propaganda. Why don't you come here
authorizing a fucking strike, and you seeing a TikTok meme and being like, I'm helping, I'm doing my part, okay?
This morning,
Hasan hates the working class. He calls them chuds. Yeah, famously, the working class is not comprised of like women, black folk, you know, disabled folk. Like, it's just working class is just white dudes who are fucking racist. Yeah, that's right. No, I call racist motherfuckers chuds, okay? Are there racist motherfuckers who are chuds who are absolutely a part of the working class? Yeah, certainly. That's true. I still want them to also organize in their workplaces as well. But you're a fucking idiot if you think that that is like the entirety of the fucking working class.
10,000 workers at John Deere hit the picket lines in Iowa, Illinois, and Kansas. They argued that even as the agricultural equipment company's profits grew by 61% in recent years, and their CEO's salary grew by 160% during the pandemic, their pay has actually been cut.
We need to let them know that they can't continue to take our money and take our money and take our money.
Across the country, labor is on the march. In California and Oregon, 24,000 nurses and other healthcare workers at Kaiser Permanente voted to authorize a strike over pay and better working conditions. Meanwhile, union workers at Kellogg's cereal plants have been on strike for more than a week, angry about long hours, including 7-day work weeks.
Our number one priority is to get back to the negotiations table and reach a contract so our employees can get back to their jobs and their lives.
And soon, Hollywood may see a walkout. 60,000 film.
Get back to work, slaves. That's right.
Film and TV crew members could walk off the job Monday over what they claim are unfair working conditions.
Our hours are really grueling, and we need not just rest between the workdays and over the weekend, but an actual meal break during the day.
And across the country, a record number of workers are quitting their jobs. 4.3 million Americans, or 2.9% of the workforce, left their jobs in August. Many are looking for better work conditions and pay, especially with inflation on the rise.
Bro, it's wild. Like, literally everywhere you look, you have people who are like, yo, I don't want to put up with this shit. Like, I just want to get paid more, dude. I want to be happy. I want to do like something that's fulfilling, that pays me well. Like, I want to have more control over my fucking life. I want to do something that's meaningful. Sick and tired of fucking backbreaking labor. And you got the Chamber of Commerce on the other side going, la, 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 I don't hear you. Come on, government, do something. Do something about it. It's like, listen, oftentimes we forget that even neoclassical economists recognize that, you know, in a tight labor market, you're supposed to meet the demands of that fucking labor market. You know, if they are valuable, then you got to fucking demonstrate how valuable they are by meeting their fucking demands. That's why so many people absolutely hate. So many capital owners hate unions. They hate, absolutely fucking hate anything that they see as like as a hurdle against improving productivity.
Pay me what I work for.
And profit margins. They're not that valuable. Oh yeah, Ultra D man. They're not that valuable except when you can't get your nuggets on time because nobody's stocking the shelves. I'll see how fucking not valuable they are, you dumb bitch. That's right, but I thought we venerated our fucking, you know, essential workers. I love the grocery store clerks. I love them. I love them, you know, but like also get back to work, slave, please. I want my nuggets. People say labor is not valuable because it's replaceable, okay? Unions are one way to make it not as replaceable. Doing universal childcare would literally bring so many workers back into the market, especially women who have been more impacted as they're getting any of the new jobs that's being produced. Oh, 100%. But we can't do that, dude. That's fucking communism. Yeah, I saved up and quit August, not working for 14 hours, risking getting COVID in a hotel. I saved up enough to go until January if need be. Pay has not gone up since COVID, not in 2 years, actually. Yep. Do you think this is actual momentum? I really don't want this to fizzle out, but it feels different.
Several forces are driving all of this. As the pandemic comes to an end, companies are seeing sky-high demand and very tight labor markets. They're having trouble filling jobs. Workers notice that top executives and bosses are getting paid. And so for the first time in a long, long time, workers have the upper hand. Robin?
They've had enough. All right.
America is on strike, baby. Let's see what Jonah, friend of the show, Jonah Furman, had to say.
About John Deere supervisors actually reading from a script when they address.
For the record, I just got to say, this is some of the... I'll show you this too. This is like how crane shipping containers work. So people who are like, oh yeah, we'll do this on our own, dude. Yeah, get the fucking, National Guard to do this, okay? Operate this thing. So the thing I was going to say while this plays in the background is that, like, I'm so fucking fortunate, dude. I'm so fortunate that I have an awesome community. I'm so fortunate that, I've been able to make somewhat of an impact, change some people's lives. And as a consequence of that, like, I can highlight and platform other brilliant people who I really respect in this space, you know what I mean, who are doing incredible work. And Jonah is one of them. Alex is another one. Anyway, let's hear what he has to say about America going on strike.
Employees, tell us more about what you learned and were able to reveal from inside these plants.
Sure. It's been really interesting speaking to some of these salaried employees who are non-union but are siding with the strike. A lot of these are low-level managers or technical workers who have seen that the upper-level management has not kept neither union wages or salaried wages and benefits up with profits at the company. So unlike some other, labor disputes, big chunks of the non-union workforce seems to be on the side of the strikers. Management in these plants has been going around and workers have described it as heckling or making threats about closing plants, trying to get workers to accept the deal they've already rejected by 90% and saying things like $1 an hour raise is enough while the company makes literally its most profits ever.
So basically intimidating the workers.
Glad I could.
Yeah, I would describe it as intimidation. That's how workers have described it to me.
So why is this happening now?
It's a great question. A big part of it is that Deere is having its most profitable year on record. They're about to record something like $5.9 billion in profits. Their stock price has doubled during the pandemic, and workers' wages and benefits have just not kept up. It used to be, before 1997, you work at John Deere, you get a pension with full health care after retirement, which is necessary for these grueling jobs where your body just can't take it for a full 50-year working career. So after 1997, workers' pensions were cut, the health care was cut, and now Deere wants to cut it again. Everyone hired after November 1st under Deere's proposal would have no pension at all, not to mention no retiree health care. So these are workers who are fighting for retirement justice and wages that at least keep up with inflation, which the current offer does not. And the context is Deere is making its record profits. And if you look at the books, they can afford more. There's something else going on where they're deciding not to give a fair deal.
Yeah, wouldn't that be amazing if you could see every little detail in all the books? According to some of your other articles that we've been reading, you mentioned that workers are getting penalized for not hitting certain rates. Is this cargo crisis impacting supply shortages, and is this all impacting negotiations as well?
I'm really glad you asked that. There's something at Deere called the Continuous Improvement Pay Program, and it basically means that every 6 months, your rate of production that you're expected to meet as a production worker as part of your team goes up by 2%, but wages don't go up by 2%. So they're facing the squeeze. Meanwhile, with this parts supply shortage with the supply chain, as you mentioned, some of these plans are still being rated as if we're, in a pre-COVID economy, but parts aren't showing up, so workers can't hit their rates. There was a large arbitration that the union lost really recently before negotiations, and the new contract does nothing to address these piece rates, basically, that workers have really been frustrated by if they're on a failing plan.
And we're also seeing how this strike is influencing other protests. We're kind of watching the domino effect here. I mean, how big do you think this is going to get, Jonah?
It's really hard to say. I mean, the benefit that the John Deere workers have is that they're organized into a union. So you also see that with the film and TV strike, the IATSE workers, about 60,000. And the Kaiser healthcare workers organized across several unions, about 40,000 healthcare workers there. These are the groups that are feeling what everyone else in this economy is feeling, that the job has become unbearable during the pandemic, that wages have not kept up with the K-shaped recovery. A lot of these corporations are doing just fine, but the workers are not seeing the gains. If you're not organized into a union, you just quit the job, like we see at fast food restaurants with a piece of paper taped up. If you have a union, you have some kind of mechanism to fight back, and that's what we're seeing from these unionized workers, is that instead of individuals quitting one by one, they're saying, if we stick together and hold out, we can get a better deal.
Here's some cool footage from the John Deere strikers in Ottawa. The UAW Local 74 successfully convinced a freight driver not to cross the picket line.
Year.
Fiance film coordinator here working for Disney. I coordinate over 74 cast and cruise travels in North Carolina. They don't live there, and the union is striking on Monday, meaning I can't travel them. They're stuck. I can't send them home. Sag, get ready for chaos on Monday. I saved up and quit because my manager guaranteed me a raise with my next worker review, and when I asked about it for 3 months straight, she shrugged and said it was too late because the review was already submitted and I have to wait 6 months. Why do you think ABC or any other network is reporting and giving light to these strikes? Wouldn't they be scared that they might incite new strikes and perhaps even their own workers at their own network? I think the media still ultimately has a responsibility to fucking cover the news, and a lot of these outlets are going to do that if there's enough of a fucking, if there's enough chaos, They're not like, that's the difference between neoliberal media or media in neoliberal countries and authoritarian countries that just completely control what kind of news gets disseminated. Like, they'll still fucking hide it. Like, they still won't offer it like round-the-clock coverage in the same way that it would deserve. But ultimately, they'll still cover it. I do think that Black Friday will be violent, yes. But right now, these are minor inconveniences. These aren't even like full-blown strikes yet. They're just starting, right? If you start seeing a bigger labor momentum, if you actually start seeing a strike wave, then you'll start seeing, first of all, police involvement.
I got a job and now I can never
Police involvement to like break through the picket line, for example. Threats, like any kind of like persuasive method while simultaneously also threatening the safety of people. And the media will also start fucking covering it in not so. The media will also start covering it in not so nice ways. There's no way to download the Joe Rogan episodes. Is DRM protected? Wait, really? Yeah, Kirsten Cinema is back in the news today. Let's just keep talking about the strikes, though. And I'll talk about Netflix, too. And I got Joe Rogan to talk about. Oh, here is some information from a salary worker at Deere. The Deere strikebreakers are currently 650 salary employees pulled from engineering and management positions across Deere. Note, I say strikebreakers because I can guarantee that with our lack of skill and numbers, we will not be breaking the strike. To my knowledge, most of us will be allocated to the Milan Parts Center. Deere spent an enormous amount of time, money, and effort trying to get us all trained, but not many of us are really ready for this. We'll be working 12-hour shifts 6 days a week with day and night shifts. In my position, I'm not looking forward to this. I think wage employees deserve a lot more than what they were offered, and I absolutely support them striking. I feel like I'm betraying some of my values by crossing the picket line, but it has been all but said that not crossing the picket line means getting fired if you are salary. If, God forbid, the strike goes on long enough for the next build cycle of combines to start, November 1st or 15th, can't remember, it will be a horror show. All of the skilled welder, machinists, and assemblers who normally make these $500,000 machines will be gone.
As flex.
They've also laid off salaried workers and reorganized them into different job titles and cut their pensions, and now they want them to help Deere break a strike. The mood is angry. How wild is that? That like one way that they prepared, one way that they prepare for this sort of situation is by getting like fucking engineers in the front, in the, I guess, is it considered front office? Like front office employees, technically not sales positions, but they get people in corporate to fucking build the machines, dude, or try to at least. Absolutely hysterical that Deere's plan to break the strike is to send random office workers in to crash millions of dollars in CNC machines. Glass shield shattered because someone left a key in the chuck. Half the shell mill's trash from being run directly into the table. Vices all gouged. Grinding wheels loaded with aluminum. Expired coolant everywhere. Every carbide insert chipped. Running a manual mill is scary enough your first time, so giving a bunch of desk jockeys PTSD by throwing them in a full production size CNC mill is incredibly funny. They're going to fucking kill, like, their salaried workers, dude. I mean, all it'll take is for one of them to, like, you know, actually get seriously harmed in the process, that they will... It'll stop in its tracks. If you're a salaried employee that's not a part of a union, it's a lot harder for you to organize. That's why you can't do a fucking general strike. Like, off of a fucking Instagram page or off of a TikTok. Okay? Because you'll just get fucking fired. You have no, you know, and that threat is what keeps a lot of workplaces from organizing as well. But the protection comes from the solidarity with other people in your sector, with other people in your union. General Mills, not General Strike? What? Dude, shut the fuck up. I was talking about General Strike in like, with respect to what I was previously covering before we got to this. And for people saying, well, how is this not an OSHA violation? I'm sure that they got their certifications. Oh, by the way, Kirsten Cinema is fucking still opposed to any individual or corporate tax hikes. And she fucking tucked her tail and ran off into Europe. Fucking piece of shit, dude. I despise her so much with every fucking bone in my body. I can't begin to explain how much I hate her to you. Here, let's watch this and, you know, feel a little bit funnier about our lives.
People need to see, and this goes to your question about what conservatives do. Conservatives need to start showing people, hey, you know, we're actually the fun people. We're the interesting people. We're the creative people. We're the open-minded people. They're all hysterical and angry and all of the things they purport us to be. But let's get out there and show people that's not who we are. We're actually having fun. And I mean, try to even think about it this way. Where do you think the next great music or art is going to come from? Do you think it's going to come from the Marxist left, where you can't have any individual expression? Or do you think it's going to come from this new thing on the right? I mean, the answer is pretty obvious to me. People need to see, and this goes to your question about what conservatives do. Conservatives need to start showing people, hey, you know, we're actually the fun people. We're the interesting people. We're the creative people. We're the open-minded people.
Conservatives have literally never been fun. I don't know what the fuck he's going on about. It's just so stupid. Anyway, racist freak out. And then also, we're going to do Joe Brogan. Here's another piece from Joe Brogan. Challenging TV doctor, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, TV doctor. What the fuck is Joe Rogan then, you idiot? At least Sanjay Gupta has, like, background information. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are like, he's a TV doctor. Okay, Joe Rogan is a TV ape. Like, he's not even a TV human. He's literally a fucking TV ape. He plays an ape on television.
With a breakthrough infection, untreated, you're probably more vulnerable than the average child who is not vaccinated, who gets COVID. Like people have died who are double vaccinated. In fact, there was a guy who just won an Emmy who's
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the odds of that happening to a healthy child are very, very low.
Very low.
But that guy is probably your age. How old are you?
I'm 51.
Yeah, he's about your age. Theoretically, you would be more vulnerable than a young child would be. You vaccinated would be more vulnerable of a breakthrough infection than a young child would be, statistically speaking, right? But you're not worried about catching it. They're both rare. But you're not worried about catching it. You're not worried about catching it because you've been vaccinated and you think it imparts a certain amount of protection.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying to you is I think that not worry is the same feeling that a lot of people have about their children. They're not worried about their healthy children catching it for the same reason you're not worried about catching it being vaccinated. That if treated correctly, they think that the child probably has a better chance even than you do because you're 51 years old.
I think...
Does that...
I mean, they're both...
That seems reasonable, right?
Well, I think it's... I don't... I know the story about this 53-year-old
But you see
guy.
what I'm saying? Like with your attitude that you're not worried about catching it because you've been vaccinated and you're a healthy guy. That is the exact same feeling that people have about vaccinating their children. If they have healthy children and they know that statistically speaking, there's so few children that have died from COVID.
Having a good time. Well, yeah, there are. It's like, I think 500 or so children
out of
have died
millions and millions and millions of kids
that probably have been exposed.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's, again, part of it is not defining this in terms of life and death. I think
but do you understand my point?
Well, are you suggesting I get boosted?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is your attitude about not being concerned because you have antibodies and you think you would get through it even if you had a breakthrough infection. That is the exact same attitude that a lot of young people have where they don't want to get a shot because they're worried about the consequences, even though they're incredibly small.
Consequences.
But there are no consequences. Dude, he's so confidently wrong.
Yo.
Read Vares. I love this community. But it's never not funny. Whenever new people find their way here. Because they always bring up the same fucking point. And they bring it up in like this incredibly fucking confident way where it's like, dude, read VAERS, bro. Oh, you mean the fucking vaccine, like autoimmune emergency response or whatever system? You know, that you can fucking literally right now go on and lie. Vaccine adverse advent report system. Thank you. Whatever the fuck it's called. That statistically, or at least always has an insane amount of fucking false reports whenever there's a new vaccine around, and those reports just go away because I guess like because people no longer have adverse events, or maybe because people no longer are part of the mass hysteria.
Hi.
All the myocarditis cases are literally because American soldiers are on roids. At least that's what they say in the UK when administering the vaccine. Yeah.
Joe insane in the brain. 8. Rogan.
The adverse response that is like most common that I hear all the time is that your period changes, right? Your period is like a little late. Guess what, dude? I'm not a woman, but I'm pretty sure your period literally fucking changes with every minor difference in your life. So yes, getting a vaccine will and can change the fucking timeliness of your period.
We usually have flu shots flying off the sleeves every year. This year no one is coming in to get them because of the paranoia surrounding all vaccinations thanks to people like him.
I just like want to fucking see the rest of this video so bad. Like this is so good. And I wish there were more clips from the fucking podcast, dude. Like, this is actually an episode that I want to see. I want to see Joe Rogan talk to someone who knows how to dumb it down, who knows how to say the fucking right things. He's a TV doctor. I want to be able to watch that shit. Deeply frustrating that I can't. They won't post the whole thing because it's not anti-vax enough. It's wild to me that it's like only fucking 6 minutes. Can't you just open Spotify and play the video? No, I don't think I can.
Sanjay Gupta sat down for a 3-hour one-on-one with controversial podcast host Joe Rogan last night. Rogan remains a vaccine skeptic despite having caught COVID-19 himself. Let's listen to part of this.
So would you now, with what you know now, and having had COVID, would you have wished that you had been vaccinated?
No.
Beforehand?
But I got
You almost
through
got
it.
vaccinated.
Yeah, but I explained
You got
all that.
through it.
But I got through COVID.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So that was my thought was, I'm a healthy person. I exercise constantly. I'm always taking vitamins. I take care of myself. I felt like I was going to be okay, and that was true. It was correct. I'm happy.
Bro. So many fucking anti-MSM dick riders, dude. Joe Rogan calls out Dr. Sanjay Gupta to his face. I'm sure that's not Ryan saying that, by the way. But what's hilarious is like, bro, you literally, you do TRT, you do like fucking, I mean, this motherfucker takes steroids, dude. What the fuck? He takes steroids, dude. He's got bubble gut.
Vitamin brain strong.
Him not taking the vaccine is hilarious.
I got through it. I don't wish it upon anyone. It wasn't fun, but it wasn't the worst cold I've ever had, and I got over it fairly quickly, relatively speaking.
I think that, and again, I am truly glad about that. I'm not, all kidding aside, I don't think anybody wishes you, everyone wants you to be well and healthy. But I think the question is just in terms of the nuance of this. It's not a strategy to recommend people get infected.
I'm not recommending anybody get infected.
So they should get vaccinated.
I think a lot of people should get vaccinated.
You're talking,
I think
a lot of vulnerable people.
Yeah.
If you just said vulnerable people,
yeah,
there'd be a lot
older
of people.
people, fat people, I think a lot of those folks. My real concern is this urge to vaccinate children. And I don't know what kind of data we have on the long-term effects of this.
All right, with us now, Sanjay. Sanjay, first off, I mean, I'm so glad you did this because there's so many people who can listen to the sense that you make. Tell us why you thought this was so important.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I mean, I think the media.
Right, if anyone finds
Joe Rogan these nuts.
Chad, if you find like the full-blown one, if you find the full-blown fucking video, I will lose my mind, dude. I will piss, shit, and fart in my pants, okay?
Smiley
I want to
face,
watch it
right
so
pointing
bad.
Finger, chat.
If you find it on YouTube, I will fucking, oh my God, I'll suck you off. I'll give it 100 subs, easy.
As PP.
Not a flattering thing. I get that.
It's a lie. It's a lie on a news network, and it's a lie that's a willing. That's a lie that they're conscious of. This is not a mistake.
Yeah,
they're unfavorably framing it as
1 year old.
The funniest thing is like when Joe Rogan himself lies, spreads misinformation, and just like fucking does. Yeah, when Joe Rogan fucking lies, spreads misinformation, does all this shit, then he's just like a fucking, he's just an ape, you know? Oh, he's just an ape. Why are you taking him seriously? When CNN says Joe Rogan took ivermectin or whatever the fuck they did.
Oh no, another month closer to brain rot.
Hater.
What the fuck is Death Watch, bro? This is terrible.
This
literally sucks.
But what? But so.
All right, let's just fucking watch pieces and bits and pieces. Okay.
Nine months hassle.
Did my stance move over to Will Nev now because he's less problematic? Is that what's going on? Yes, that's exactly what's happening because he got put on timeout. I say anything, I'll get in trouble. So, you guys stay there, okay? Enabling parasocial stand behavior for personal gain? No, I'm not. Actually, I think that's part of the reason why Haas Twitter doesn't pop off like that, because I routinely yell about stand shit, as I'm doing currently.
7 months, let's go.
Anyway. Before we get to this, hold on. I'm going to fucking run an ad break right now. Top of the hour, every hour. If you no longer want to see the ads, you already know. You can subscribe for $5 or for free. Okay. You can also do some other stuff, I think. Don't know what they are. You know, to avoid those ads. People are writing stuff in the chat. I don't know what that is. Thing that people are writing in the chat. Don't know what the other ways are, but turns out discouraging unhealthy behavior online really limits your Twitter engagement. No, my fucking Twitter engagement is fine. And I love like the people that are fans of mine, the people that are in this community. I love you guys. I mean, I fucking talk about how fortunate I am all the time, and I'm genuine. When I say this. Anyway, here's the ad break. Fuck, before I forget. Why can't you say ad block? I don't know what that is. What is that even? Is that a thing?
$7 months.
I don't know what it is. I just have never heard of that. I've never said that either.
Hasan.
Okay, let me tweet out that I'm watching the fucking Joe Rogan shit too. Owns. Where he owns MSM lies. Is that good? Is that like good language? Is that good spicy language to be like
sub for spooky month
watching the Joe Rogan Sanjay Gupta conversation where he owns MSM lies?
More like Sanjay Gupta.
Let's watch.
So for you, Joe Rogan,
yes,
I would say you've had it.
Yes.
So now get one shot of the vaccine.
No.
Why not?
Because I have better immunity than I would if I was vaccinated. Right?
Yes,
Don't I?
I think your immunity is really good.
So why, if I've already gotten through COVID and I was really only sick for a day, and then 5 days later I was negative, and I do have the natural antibodies now, why would I take a chance in getting vaccinated on top of that?
By the way, I'm glad you're better. I'm glad it only lasted a day.
You're probably the only one at CNN that's glad.
No. We're not.
The rest of them are all lying about me taking horse medication. And we should talk about that.
That bothered you.
It should bother you too. They're lying at your network about people taking human drugs versus drugs for veterinary.
Calling it a horse dewormer is not a flattering thing. I get that.
It's a lie. It's a lie on a news network, and it's a lie that's a willing that's a lie that they're conscious of. This is not a mistake.
Yeah.
They're unfavorably framing it as veterinary medicine.
Well, the FDA put this thing out. You saw that. Did you see that thing that the FDA put out?
What did the FDA put out?
It was a tweet, and it was snarky. I admit it. They said, "You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Stop taking this stuff," or something like that.
Why would you say that when you're talking about a drug that's been given out to billions and billions of people?
Is Joe Rogan actually, he might not be a horse, but I think he literally isn't human anymore. I think he's like turned into an ape. The reason why the entirety of the media we're talking about horse dewormer was not because there isn't like ivermectin for humans. That's not the gotcha that these fucking idiots think it is. It's because, one, you're taking ivermectin, which is a dewormer, for a fucking viral disease, okay? There's no evidence that it works. And also, and this is perhaps the most important part about it, most people couldn't get the human version, so they were doing the horse base, the livestock medication. That's why people said horse dewormer, because people were literally taking the horse dewormer.
People, a drug that was responsible for one of the inventors of it making
Nobel Prize.
winning the Nobel Prize in 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah, a drug that has been.
You literally should be like, you know what else won a Nobel Prize? Lobotomies. I don't suggest you get one for fucking COVID. He's so spineless, dude.
Been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. You know that, right? Why would they lie and say that's horse dewormer? I can afford people medicine, motherfucker. This is ridiculous. It's just a lie.
I don't think anyone is.
But don't you think that a lie like that is dangerous on a news network when you know that they know they're lying? You know that they know that I took medicine. Like, here it is. This is ivermectin.
You got
this
it with
right
you.
Here. Somebody gave it to me.
All right, hang on. The thing is, we're like going so fast. Like I feel like I'm missing.
Do you think that's a problem that your news network lies?
Well, I don't.
Dude,
I mean, what did they say?
They lied
What did
and
they
said
say?
I was taking horse dewormer. First of all, it was prescribed to me by a doctor.
Yeah.
Along
They
with
shouldn't have said
a
it was
bunch of other
if it was-
medications.
if you got a,
You should have just been like, dog, I don't know. I can't speak for everything fucking CNN does. And also, why would they do that? Like, did they actually do that? Did they say that Joe Rogan's like a horse dewormer? I mean, I joked about it.
I love you, sex Kajan.
Like, what did they say?
He's mad about the horse part.
Okay, let's keep on
a
here.
human pill because there were people that were taking it, the veterinary medication, and you're not, obviously. You got it from a doctor, so that it shouldn't be called that. Ivermectin can be a very effective medication for
For the record, I said it was horse dewormer. I think it's fucking hilarious. I still say Joe Rogan took horse dewormer. Because ivermectin is horse dewormer. And Joe Rogan took it. I'm not taking the human version of the horse dewormer.
parasitic disease, and as you say, it's probably, I think what, 250 million people have taken it around the world.
More,
I get that.
Way more.
So
way more. Billions of people have taken it.
Can I just come back to the one I want to talk about? Two things
you
on the
have
ledger.
You have, before we get to that, does it bother you that the news network you work for out and out lied, just outright lied about me taking horse dewormer?
They shouldn't have said that.
The counter
It's
is
never been determined it works. Doctor sounds he was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
the counter is this. Does it bother you that over the course of the past fucking year,
9 months,
you have
baby.
relentlessly shat on every public health measure? Like every single one. And you have been wrong every step of the way while you did so. Does that bother you? Like, okay, CNN's wrong. They said horse dewormer. Do you not care that you're like you have fans out there who probably think they're healthy because they listen to Joe Rogan and they think that's a substitute for fucking doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu or something. And they're not getting the vaccine because they're scared now.
It's been 11 months.
Because they're fucking idle. Says he doesn't want to take the vaccine.
I am still
you not feel bad if they fucking die?
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
You didn't ask? You didn't think that was you're the medical guy over there.
I didn't ask. I should have asked before.
But they did it with such glee.
No,
yes,
Joe.
they did. I watched.
You watched?
I watched.
You watched? No, I don't think there's
yes,
glee.
They did.
I don't. No one takes.
Joe Rogan says he has COVID, taking livestock drug despite warnings. Yeah.
Jamie had to pull this up.
You want to play it?
Does she
This
have
is
glee?
your news network.
I'm gonna watch.
Let's see.
I'm gonna watch.
Rogan telling his 13 million Instagram followers that he was treated with several drugs, and he included ivermectin on the list, a drug used for livestock. The FDA and the CDC warn against using to treat COVID.
Turns out I got COVID.
Wait, by the way, she's right. They didn't lie. That's not a lie. Where's the fucking lie? Wait, you're going to tell me that CNN, I fucking hate CNN. You know this already. But what, a national broadcaster is not going to take it seriously when they're mentioning ivermectin and literally mention that the FDA tells you not to take it and that it's like most commonly used for livestock medication? Of course they're going to fucking specify that because there's a lot of dumbasses. Even fucking fake news CNN, Clinton News Network, still recognizes the responsibility that they have to make sure that there's caution there because there's a lot of dumbasses in the United States of America who are like, oh, Joe Rogan took ivermectin, let's do it, yee.
COVID. Look at they put a yellow filter on me too.
The kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds. Monoclonals,
you see the original video versus that? I look like shit there.
Z-Pack,
do you know that?
I think you look good.
Pause. It's enough.
Prednisone.
That's enough, Jamie.
I don't think Aaron had glee.
Oh well, it's more Brian Stelter was the gleeful one. But the point is, that's a lie.
It can be used for humans. I get it. I totally.
Not just could be used for humans. Is often used for humans along with all the other drugs I
Wait.
I stopped listening to
Wait, hold on.
Said Rogan wasn't based.
Is often used for humans. Yeah, for river blindness, dude. And for worms, parasites.
9 months, Pogo, love you, Hasan, chat, you looking scrumptious.
Not for COVID! Not for COVID, though. Not used for COVID. Merck.
Did you know Steve Kerr named his son
The
Nick?
big pharma manufacturer of ivermectin, has for months said, we're closely studying the issue, but as far as we have seen, there are no studies that prove that ivermectin is an effective treatment for COVID.
Yee.
By the way, remember how I said debates are dumb? Because the side that is more gifted rhetorically or more skilled rhetorically or can bully the other side will win functionally the debate. Joe Rogan is literally rolling a fucking professional who talks about medicine on television for a living. And yet, Dr. Sanjay Gupta is the right one. He's the one who has the facts on his side. And Joe Rogan is literally steering the conversation away from the actual issues and to this dumb shit. And he's fucking bullying him. Like, he's making him look like a bitch.
Took all human drugs.
Yes.
They know it's a human drug.
It's right. But
they lied.
The thing
it's defamatory.
It is yeah, they shouldn't have done that.
It's defamatory, right?
Well, I don't know if it's defamatory.
I bet it is.
Well, I'm not a lawyer.
It's a lie.
Well, see, here's the thing. You can have nuanced discussions about this.
No,
right?
you can't.
Yeah,
you can't have nuanced discussions about lying about someone taking horseshoe
There
wormer.
was no glee, by the way, from her. She
Well,
was. I
I
don't
didn't
think
watch her.
anyone takes people's illness.
Oh, yes, they do.
They don't want you to get
stop it.
sick, Joe.
Yes, they do.
They
were
want you to get
upset
sick.
that
I thought it was really funny. I thought it was really funny. I think Joe Rogan's fans thought it was funny. Like, even they were like, I mean, I am a fucking Joe Rogan fan. At least an old head Joe Rogan fan who is no longer a fan. He's literally a fucking ape, dude. He's a dumb ape who did everything but take the vaccine and has taken way worse shit and sells worse shit than the vaccine on his fucking website, and then he gets COVID. That's hilarious, dog. I'm sorry. That's fucking hilarious, dude. And anyone with a comedy brain like Joe Rogan should normally recognize that. He would be laughing about this if this happened to anyone else.
I got healthy. That's one thing they didn't report on. The fact that I was negative 5 days later and working out 6 days later.
Well,
6 days after infection, I was back in the gym.
I'm glad.
Felt great.
I'm glad you do. I really
Me
am.
too.
I think
Thank you.
Most of the people
I'm glad you're glad. You're a nice guy.
Most of the people I know, I think, would be glad that you. I don't think that there was any.
There's a lot of people out there that weren't glad. But my point is, you're working for a news organization. If they're lying about a comedian taking horse medication, what are they telling us about Russia? What are they telling us about Syria? Do you understand that that's why people get concerned about the veracity of the news?
The concern was look, just the
This is so American, dude. This conversation is like, it's hurting my head. I had a big headache. Luckily, I'm eating now. I got Mendo. For those of you who are asking, Mendocino Farms. Curried couscous, absolute fucking slapper. My favorite shit. So dank.
What are they telling us about Kusi?
And my headache was going away, but it's coming back now. Dude, this is just so... It's so self-centered, dude. Wait a minute. CNN is gleefully saying I took horse dewormer when they kind of didn't. And basically said that, like, ivermectin, commonly used for livestock, that the FDA has warned not to take against COVID. Like, you know, if they're doing that, then, like, what about everything else? It's like, yeah, the media fucking lies regularly, okay? It is the truth. It is the truth. You're walking it back entirely. First of all, there's nothing for me to walk back, you dumb bitch. I personally literally said regularly and still do that Joe Rogan took horse dewormer. I think it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Comparing that to like lying about WMDs is also additionally hilarious.
He's right, brother. If they can lie about Joe, how can we trust them about American foreign policy?
That's how, I feel like that's how some of these fucking idiots think, though.
Nuanced part of this, and you're not taking a horse dewormer. I get it. You got that as a legitimate medication from a pharmacy.
Somebody
whatever.
gave me. That's kind of a joke. My friend Megan probably.
Rogan is the literal embodiment of why going back to monkey is not a good idea.
Dude, this is so funny. You know, ibuprofen isn't used for headache at first, right? It was because it's property to stop headache. Now people think ibuprofen is only for headache. My friend, I completely understand that medication has secondary utilities. Okay?
Sup, dog?
For example, I take a prostate medication. but for my hairline. It's the only FDA-approved medication for balding. Okay? The problem here is there is no secondary usage for ivermectin that has been tested and proven.
When will
you understand? As a matter of fact, the same FDA that says you should use the butt medicine for your hair says you should not use the horse dewormer for COVID. You could have used a different example. You could have used the butt medicine for balding. That's like actually a better example because ibuprofen is just a way to manage pain. It's not horse dewormer. It's literally horse dewormer that has, okay, sorry. It's dewormer that humans can use for river blindness. Is that better? And not for COVID. Is that better, dude? It's dewormer that humans can use for river blindness.
If I speak loud enough, I'm the debate winner.
And not for COVID. Most commonly used as horse dewormer. You can cry about how many Nobel Peace Prize. You can cry about how it won a Nobel Peace Prize for human application as many times as you want.
More likely to get myocarditis.
That will literally not change the reality that it is medication that is a dewormer that is to cure river blindness in humans that doesn't work for COVID. How do you know it doesn't work for COVID? Because I am COVID. Okay, that's right. I'm coming out. I'm actually COVID. My uncle is also the SARS virus. Yeah, that's right. That's how I know.
Working towards full brain.
Dumbass. I know because there are studies conducted on the matter. That's why I know. Yeah, that's right. My real name is John COVID. Fuck, I'm sick and tired of hiding this. Anyway, let's go.
It's in a large number, 4 to 6 times more likely.
They're not saying myocarditis. They're saying it's
then be hospitalized with COVID.
Hospitalized with COVID.
Okay, put that up again. It's saying you're 4 to 6 times more likely to get myocarditis than to be hospitalized from COVID.
I will take a closer look at this, but
but you have an impulse to defend the vaccination in light of this data.
Can I pull out something here? Because I have been thinking about this a lot. You know, I mean, I got teenage kids, and we looked a lot at the myocarditis data overall. So,
but that is saying that you're.
Hey, chat. Please keep telling me about how the audio is bad. Because the chatter that actually ripped this video did it, I don't know, in a fucking in a hangar or something. I don't know what happened there. It's like, I literally don't hear it, and I need to see it in the chat more. The only thing that should be, the only thing I should be seeing in the chat right now is how the audio is bad.
4 to 6 more likely to get myocarditis than you are to be hospitalized for COVID for any reason at all.
Yeah, so here's the myocarditis data specifically, which showed that it was a 16 times higher risk of myocarditis among patients with COVID-19 as compared to the vaccine itself.
Right. But this is among all patients. You could have 90-year-old people. They count as patients, right? Yeah. We're specifically talking about 12 to 15-year-old boys. What I was saying to you is your confidence in not...
Wait. Okay, but the likelihood that you can get myocarditis from the fucking vaccine is also among all patients. It's not like he's using data from one data set. The audio is terrible, by the way. Oh shit, dude. Never mind. I had no idea. Thanks.
worrying about catching COVID because you're a healthy guy and because you've been vaccinated. So you catching an infection of a highly novel virus, which is a real...
Bro, that's not even the fucking... Dog, that's not even how the mRNA vaccine works, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Like, it's so obvious that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, how are you been fucking spreading this much, like, COVID conspiracy shit for this long and you still don't get, like, the main thing?
Real thing. You're less worried about that because of your circumstances. What I'm saying is...
Because I have immunity.
These young boys will breeze through this thing for the most part. You know that, right?
I think most young people will be totally fine.
Most young people breeze through it, including my own children, breeze through it.
Yes. But can they spread it, though? Can they spread it?
You can spread it. You can spread it if you get sick, but you're not worried about it because you'll be okay.
I'm far... Look, it's not a perfect vaccine. I'm not suggesting that. But if I tell you I'm 8 times less likely to get infected...
Right, but you could get infected, and thousands of people have and are still spreading it, right? Yeah. My point...
Okay, dude. That doesn't mean anything. That's so stupid. You're still less likely to spread it, and you are infinitely less likely to die from it or get hospitalized from it. It's wild to me that Joe Rogan literally thinks he knows more about this than a dude who, like, is absolutely more qualified to talk about this shit than, like, fucking Brett Weinstein is. You know what I mean? Like, obviously everyone is more qualified to talk about this than Joe Rogan. I'm more qualified to talk about this than Joe Rogan because I'm a human and not a fucking ape, right? But, like, if there's one person who's at least more knowledgeable on the matter than, like, the people that already informed Joe Rogan and brainwashed him, it's someone like fucking Sanjay Gupta.
Point was that your attitude, which is a totally reasonable attitude of not...
Jesus Christ, your arguments are terrible. Yes, Rogan is anti-vax. They're talking data for 12 to 15-year-olds, COVID conspiracy like The Guardian. What? Are you talking to me? What COVID conspiracy? Boys more at risk from Pfizer jab in side effect than Pfizer jab side effect than COVID. Suggest study. Wait. There's 0% chance that this study wasn't pulled out. It's yet to be peer reviewed. There's 0% chance that this study was not pulled. This article was amended to add feedback from the MHRA. The MHRA said that it's been closely monitoring all available data on the potential risk of myocarditis and pericarditis following COVID-19 vaccination. We have concluded the COVID-19 vaccines made by Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna may be linked with a small increase in the risk of these very rare conditions. The cases tend to be mild and the vast majority recover with a simple treatment and the rest.
Smile.
Oh, the study used VAERS data, really? It was revised. COVID study linking vaccines to rare side effect of myocarditis was wrong. Researchers apologize after error in vaccine side effects research paper. Dude, this is fucking paywalled. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. If you're covering relevant public health measures, paywalling this shit should land you in jail. You should go to jail. If the dumb motherfucker who was like, oh, we gotta fucking put this behind a paywall. Why, bruv, we're the fucking independent, yeah? We gotta put this on a fucking paywall, yeah? Why, bloke? You need to register! You need to fucking register! Jail for you! Jail! You go to fucking jail! try the ad block, which I don't even know what that is. Oh, there you go. Hacker man. Okay. Research study that linked a very rare side effect to COVID-19 mRNA vaccines has been withdrawn by research after it made a major mathematical error. The Canadian study attracts headlines after series there was a 1 in 1,000 risk. Oh no, this is a different one. I don't think it's the same one that they're talking about, right? The study's findings have been used by anti-vaccination websites, social media accounts in Britain and United States and Canada. Study was a preprint, meaning it had yet to be peer reviewed, or was it the same one? COVID-19 infection can also trigger myocarditis in younger people with a separate U.S. research team showing this happened at a rate about 450 cases per million infections among 12 to 17-year-olds during the first 12 months of the pandemic. This compares to the 77 cases of myocarditis for every 1 million males between 12 to 17 after an mRNA vaccine dose, meaning COVID poses a higher risk in the vaccine. Oh, no, it is. It is the same one. Oh, so the study was wrong. The one that Joe Rogan just mentioned. And the one that chatter just fucking linked to me. And they actually fucking pulled it. Where is that stupid fucking idiot, dude? Or at least there's another study that disproves the other study. Such is the case. 7-month subscriber. What was he? Spooktober or some shit? It's not the same study. Doesn't matter. I have it now. I have a fucking anecdote as well. Or not an anecdote, but I have another study. Okay? Loop rat. Here I am. There you go. Fuck you, dude. Read it. Here I am. Vaccine folks can spread it too. Why do I have so many rat fucks in my goddamn community that have been in here for so long that unironically are anti-vaxxers, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Get fucking vaccinated, you dumb bitch. I hate you, dude. I literally fucking hate your idiotic brain. Just protect yourself, please, okay? I don't want you to fucking get COVID and die, you stupid, greasy, fat piece of shit, okay? Please, get the fucking vaccine, because if you die, I'm gonna make fun of you. I don't give a fuck that you're in my community. If you literally fucking get COVID and die, I will spit and laugh and shit and piss and fart on your grave, okay? Let that be a motivating principle for you. If me telling you you know, please get vaccinated for your own safety is not enough, okay? I think he's going to say, I'm already vaccinated. I'm just an anti-vaxxer for other people. I'm double vaxxed. I got COVID today anyway. I'm vaxxed, dumbass. That's even fucking worse. You're vaccinated, got COVID anyway, and now you're spreading vaccine conspiracies to other people and creating vaccine hesitancy. Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my God. I'm going to video game myself one of these days. I am going to be the one that fucking gets the Herman Cain Award. You are a vaccinated anti-vaxxer. What the fuck is wrong with you? Explain yourself. At least you protected your own. So what's up? Like, you're just doing it for the fuck of it, dude? Is it because, like, I don't know, you want to... Listen. Let's talk about this. I don't like traffic either. Okay? So you're, like, secretly thinking, you know, let's murder a couple people. Like, come on. Less traffic overall. Is that what it is? Is that why you're in here? Like, I'm vaccinated, but also, like, at the same time, like, you know, kids shouldn't get vaccines because myocarditis? Come on. Like, what are you, Tucker Carlson? Is Tucker Carlson a 7-month subscriber in my community? Like, what happened? Why are you on Team COVID?
18 months, dim at times, but
did you see?
Stay strong, brothers.
What happened? Did you see fucking Joe Rogan being anti-vax and you were like, oh, that's me too. No independent thoughts here.
Thanks for the great content, Omar. No.
I want to see like older posts by this motherfucker about the vaccine. So many people, dude. So many fucking people literally DM me like, fuck you. You know, you fucking changed. Like, they only liked me because they were like, oh, this guy's anti-government and I'm anti-government. Like, there's no fucking values. There's no ideology. There's no principles there. They were just like, I just hate America for the sake of hating America, I think. and he hates America too. So now, you know, now that he's like saying you should get the vaccine, and that's the government telling me to do something, and I fucking hate that. Like, I hate you for saying that. You changed. They left? That sucks. Vaccine folks can spread it too is such a fucking dumb take, dude. Doesn't matter. Less likely to spread overall, but more importantly than that, 99% of the fucking people dying in the hospitals, 90 to 99%, sorry, depending on where you're looking at, what the studies are. People dying in the fucking hospitals. They're still on the viewers list? Okay, well, they're they don't have they're not vaccinated. Okay, they're unvaccinated. Vax is good. I love it. Okay, I'm banning you. Fucking idiot. Glad you're vaccinated, dumbass. Hopefully you get soon. Hopefully you get better soon from COVID. You stupid fuck.
Not being concerned about a breakthrough infection is exactly the same way a lot of people feel about their children and COVID.
I'm not, you know, I think.
Do you see my point?
I do. I appreciate the conversation around this, but I think that, you know, we have to apply the same degree of certainty and confidence across the board, right? When I tell you that I am not concerned about getting a significant breakthrough infection, I mean that because I know that the
Which chatter fucking clipped this?
I'm a galal.
Dude, I'm just not having a good time right now. I'm gonna be honest with you boys. I'm just not having a good time. I'm having a bad fucking time, boys. Straight up.
Better. I'm glad it only lasted a day.
You're probably the only one at CNN that's glad.
Nah.
Okay, we listened to this part already.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the DeFranco Show. It is the final show of the week. When he we had Joe Rogan in the news because he had CNN's medical expert Sanjay Gupta on his podcast. Right, and here's what I'll say. I've been very critical of Joe Rogan when he spreads vaccine misinformation or he gets things wrong and thus promotes vaccine hesitancy. But also I've been very critical of, and I think it's fucked up and stupid the way that CNN handled it when he actually got COVID. Saying that Rogan was taking a livestock drug, a horse dewormer. Doing something that for the sake of lawyers will say was them assuming or just outright lying. When in fact, yes, there is a horse dewormer version of ivermectin that a number of people were taking. But also there is the human version, which a lot of experts have said does not help when it comes to COVID. All they had to say was that Joe Rogan took a drug that the FDA has issued warnings about, saying that it is not approved to prevent or treat the virus. But they went the route that they did, and that brings us to today, because the clip that's getting the most traction, the most attention right now, is Joe Rogan calling out CNN and asking for Sanjay Gupta to respond.
They lied and said I was taking horse dewormer. First of all, it was prescribed to me by a doctor.
Yeah.
Along
they
with
shouldn't have said
a
it was
bunch of other medications.
If you got a human pill, because there were people that were taking the veterinary medication, and you're not, obviously. You got it from a doctor, so that it shouldn't be called that. Ivermectin can be a very effective medication for parasitic disease. Can I just come back to the one I want to talk about? Two things on the ledger.
You have, before we get to that, does it bother you that the news network you work for out and out lied, just outright lied about me taking horse dewormer?
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
So unfortunately for Sanjay, he seems in no way prepared to answer that question, which is kind of surprising because you have to know that it's coming. Rogan not letting him run away from it, metaphorically letting those hands fly. But what I would also say, and I don't know how many people are actually going to do it because everyone kind of just consumes everything in clips, I'd actually recommend listening to this full podcast. But if you listen to the whole thing, it's actually a pretty great conversation, even though I know everyone just kind of, at this point, kind of like hears what they want to hear. Everyone's got their lines drawn in the sand. But I thought it was great where you're having a conversation where Rogan's bringing up things like an extremely rare heart condition.
I want to, but unfortunately we can't do it on the fucking stream.
Can happen as an adverse vaccine reaction in kids. With Gupta pointing out in the conversation that kids who get COVID are far more likely to have that happen to them. So if you get vaxxed, it actually reduces the risk.
But then you've also got to look at what is, as you point out, the risk of getting myocarditis with the disease COVID as opposed to the vaccine. And it was higher. It was higher. With children. These studies were in children. And it was about 16 times higher. Now, keep in mind, 16 times higher sounds like a lot, but we're still talking about 5 out of 1 million versus now maybe just under 100 out of 1 million. So it's still really rare. Now, the one thing I will say about the vaccinated patients who got myocarditis is that they were all treated.
You also have him and Rogan talking about what it is to have COVID and then, like, quote, be fine, noting that it's not just about if you're going to the hospital or not.
You get teenagers who will have these long COVID naps. You get.
What does that mean?
They're tired all the time. They get these sort of long hauler type symptoms. Less so in kids, but when you talk about 33% of people having persistent symptoms that last months, I just feel like we define, I think we're allowed to have a nuanced conversation about this.
Or with him adding that this disease and its impact should be measured in more than just life and death, right? Will it kill you? Will you live? As well as talking.
By the way, I didn't watch the rest of that video, but the chatter who clipped that, I thought they were trolling me. Okay, that's why I'm pissed off. I don't know. If he did it on accident, then that's one thing.
Talking about, people recommending or not recommending certain people get vaccinated, right? Natural immunity versus vaccination.
So for you, Joe Rogan.
Yes.
I would say you've had it.
Yes.
So now get one shot of the vaccine.
No.
Why not?
Because I have better immunity than I would if I was vaccinated.
No, we've seen health officials.
That's not true. That's not true. That's literally not true. Nice to hear Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Joe Rogan debate and respectfully disagree about multiple topics. I spent a fair bit of time discussing our preprint on post-vaccination myocarditis in boys. I want to clarify a few things. First, Joe does say it correctly once, but our study compared the risk we identified via VAERS. Oh my God! VAERS of post-vaccination myocarditis to the risk of hospitalization over the next 4 months and not overall from COVID-19. We did find that even at a time of high disease prevalence, dude, they used VAERS, dude. We did that even at times of high disease prevalence. The boys 12 to 17 without medical comorbidities were more likely to have post-vax myocarditis after 2 doses. Isn't she the person from that study you pulled up? Yes. Can you explain why that isn't true? My oncology professor has been telling our class the same thing about people who fight off the infection naturally have similar, if not higher, immunity than vaccinated people. It's not true. There was one study that suggested that it could be true, but the reason why it's not fucking true is because the likelihood that your body develops a natural immunity response is at like 30%. Also, your professor is an ecology professor. Who gives a shit? Okay. The likelihood that your body will build enough defenses is like around 30%. So a lot of people don't even develop a natural response, and that immunity isn't for a long enough time. Isn't the same as like the vaccine. The vaccine is around like 6 months. There's so many unknowns. And as far as VAERS goes, okay, VAERS is bullshit. It's a self-reported system. You could literally, I could right now be like, I died of COVID. And that data will sit there. Okay? When there's Medical professionals write into it as well, but normal, regular homies can write into it as well. Like your ecology teacher could write into that and be like, I'm dead now. Okay? I got the vaccine boo-boo and it killed me. Now, how can it be used for studies? Well, the way it should be used for studies is if there's like a massive peak in some kind of fucking symptom that we had previously not seen, okay, then that triggers a fucking red flag and it gets scientists, not fucking this scientist though, not this epidemiologist, I guess, other epidemiologists to be like, okay, we need to conduct additional tests on this matter. And if it's like a serious enough fucking response, to even take extra measures and make the FDA even halt the distribution of said vaccine. It already happened. It happened with Johnson & Johnson, and it happened with AstraZeneca. Both of which are now back in distribution. That's how this works. Okay? It is correct that the hospitalization rate we identified in those with myocarditis was around 84%. Israel found that 81% of hospitalization rate among their myocarditis cases, most cases mild, but one death. We did find that even at times of high disease prevalence, the boys 12 to 17 without medical comorbidities were more likely to have post-vax. Okay. What was not discussed on the show was the other reports finding higher rates of myocarditis in this demographic than we found, for example, Israel and Ontario. In Ontario, Canada is reporting the highest rates for 12 to 17-year-old males. So our studies post-vax myo rates in boys after 2 doses are well in line with other studies. In fact, our rates were lower. The above studies were of Pfizer, but Moderna seems to have a rate of post-vax myocarditis in young men. The question of the rate of COVID myocarditis in this age group is a good one. Unfortunately, we don't have good data yet. We have good data on asymptomatic and symptomatic COVID-related myocarditis in college-age men, but not boys due to the inappropriate denominator. Please, more discussions like this. I think every one of us wants to work together to minimize harm and do the right thing to our kids. In the revision of our preprint, we are taking into consideration 1, overall infection hospitalization rate, 2, the benefits of 1 dose of the vaccine, and 3, a natural history of infection. History of natural infection.
Yashan 9 month.
Twitter's not a credible source of information. Dude, this person is literally the one who wrote the fucking study. I mean, this is like one step below a primary source. We are going to the primary source of the primary source. There's literally nothing more credible than like doing that.
Moon to spin.
Oh, Joe Rogan responded on Instagram to the live tweets of the video IG live. Thanks, man. Stop doing that. It's not funny. Like sending me a Rick Astley link like you're fucking 38 years old, dude. Like, yes, it was a preprint article. It still is a preprint article. It has not been peer-reviewed yet.
Refute Rogan's claim, saying the vaccine is the better and more effective option. But ultimately, where I'll end this is I am genuinely surprised that Sanjay Gupta went on the podcast. I'm not saying it's a good idea or a bad idea. Sanjay is saying that he went on despite his friends saying don't do it. And even Sanjay, in a piece that he wrote after the podcast, he seems somewhat conflicted. Writing, I guess a small part of me thought I might change Joe Rogan's mind about vaccines. After this last exchange, I realized it was probably futile. His mind was made up and there would always be plenty of misinformation out there neatly packaged to support his convictions. Truth is, though, I am still glad I did it. My 3-hour-long conversation wasn't just with Rogan. If just a few of his listeners were convinced, it will have been well worth it. But I don't know how true that is. I don't know how many people can appreciate nuance.
Bro. .99% of people who died in COVID in September weren't vaccinated. I mean, Let's look at that. I mean, that data tracks with the rest of the data. Nope, still. Yeah, more than 99% of recent COVID deaths in the U.S. involve unvaccinated people. So, here's another fun fact. Are you guys ready for this? Between the age group 35 to 55, 34 to 55.
Check this out.
COVID has officially passed heart disease and cancer for the #1 murderer for the past 2 months. So for motherfuckers who are like, nah, dude, this shit's like just for the birds. It's for old people. You know, fun fact. #1 murderer of 35 to 55-year-olds in the United States of America currently for the past 2 months is COVID. That's right. Yeah. Bullshit. 20%, 22% of deaths in Poland were vaccinated people. I literally don't know if that's true or not, but the likelihood that, like, you know, 22% of Polish people that were vaccinated died is hilarious. Like, that's just not real. There's no shot. Or maybe it's just like anti-Polish, the vaccine.
Or that both parties in something can be wrong about different things, and just saying that doesn't mean that they're equally wrong. They can be wrong in different ways, more meaningfully or not. It also doesn't mean we stop trying to have conversations, because then it's just game over, but maybe it is game over. But with all of that said, and understanding that this is from a 3-hour podcast where we're not covering everything, what are your thoughts with this story? And it could be on, there's a number of aspects to sync your...
Even if it's 22%, the 78 were unvaccinated, so that's what this chatter... So what does that chatter even think that means? Oh, Chatter was just lying. Oh, he was lying by just like fucking... I mean, he's Polish, so obviously he doesn't know how to do math, so that's probably why that happened. It's fine. You know? He saw 2 and he thought that's the same as 22, so... Dumbass. There's no evidence that any of the vaccines, including COVID-19 vaccines, cause fertility problems in men or women. No, I never said that. I just said that it has the likelihood of changing your fucking period. Wait, shut the fuck up. Are you serious? It's lower now? Only 0.1% of vaccinated people die of COVID, health ministry reports. Okay, we gotta ban him. I have to. I'm sorry. Can someone... What was the dude's name? Oh, it's a different statistic. Sorry. Oh, never mind. Vaccinated people constituted 1.9% of all deaths. Yeah, that's even lower, though. It's not as low. It's a different stat. I misread it. Still lower, though. It's at 1.9%. It got lower. What's his name? No, I know we're looking at Poland stats now. There's a person who was like, in Poland, 22% of death from COVID is vaccinated people. So I looked at it, and turns out it's just completely a fucking lie. Like, he just straight up came in here and was like, yeah, Polska grom. You don't know any better. My source was literally the Konfederacja party. Dude, look at the duality of chat. Terrible Polish accent, but carry on. Solid Polish accent, to be honest. My source was the Konfederacja party. Please also stop being racist. Like, what the fuck? Wait, is this like the fucking conservative party or something? Like, is he... If this is like the fucking transphobic party and this dumb motherfucker is literally being like, please don't be racist. Because I said... Oh my God! Why are you like this? Why are you like this?
Keck moment.
Yo, how are you gonna be a Nazi when Hitler literally didn't think you were a human, dude? Like, what are you doing? Like, Hitler literally did not think you were a human, and you're still like, no, it's pretty good. Hitler, that guy, good ideas. I'm still white. You say I'm Slav, I'm different, but you know. How, dude?
Hassle, 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 hassle.
Sorry for my Nazi juicers. XQCL. Stop being racist to me. Like, what the fuck? Also, my source was the far-right Polish party. Dude, the far-right Polish party is like the far-right party in Nazi Germany at that point, dude. What party in fucking Poland isn't far-right? He fucking left? No, I banned him. I banned his bitch ass before he like started writing slurs in the chat. Polish neo-Nazis actually argue that Hitler wasn't pro-white enough because he didn't consider Slavs to be as good as Aryans. You know that the far-right Polish party is rising, right? It's ironic. No, I do. I just like find it really fucking weird that like you could be impacted by the fucking Nazis. Wait, the party ideologies for the fucking Polish chatters party. Right-wing populism, economic liberalism, anti-communism, anti-immigration, anti-Islam, hard Euroscepticism, internal factions we have, ultra-nationalism, paleo-libertarianism, paleo-conservatism, monarchism, monarchism? Anti-Zionism, reactionism, agrarianism, political Catholicism, Christian nationalism, anarcho-capitalism. This is why I stay out of Polish people's business, okay?
They seem like Liberty hangout if they were a party.
It literally got clapped by the time you put it on, dude. God damn, they were quick.
Yep.
Minarchy means minimal government. It's like a kind of libertarianism. Here's that death of a pet side effect from VAERS I mentioned yesterday. Also death of a relative. Yeah.
Hassle.
Dude, being a fucking Polish monarchist is so funny.
Pogo.
But what's even funnier is that, like, the racist Polish dude was like, why are you being racist towards... why are you being racist right now? What the fuck? You're being so racist against me, a Polish Nazi.
Love you. That's it. Bye.
Oh, the most sensitive people on the planet. Sorry. It's the truth. And you know it. When I shit on Turkish people, they're like, I kill your 7 generations, blah, blah, blah. When I shit on Brazilian people, they're like, you're kind of right, but also like, fuck you. I kill your 7 generations. When I shit on Polish people, they're like, why would you do that? We are the most oppressed people on the planet. Literally, no one has ever been as oppressed as the Polish man. We are the butt of every joke. We are the most oppressed. How dare you fucking do this? I'm literally pissing, shitting, farting, and crying right now. What the fuck?
12 months, Pog.
Nothing has ever been as devastating as hearing about, someone say that I was stupid. Like, literally, they just, like, when you make fun of fucking Polish people, like, they just start crying non-stop. The only racism they cannot tolerate is racism against the Polish. That's also true. One time I said Poland is, like, overrated. It's just all white people, and it's, like, overrated as shit. I don't know why the fuck white nationalist Stefan Molyneux made it seem like it was so dope. And, like, people got so mad at me. There were, like, community members in here that were like, how the fuck? How dare you say that? We have been victims to both communism. We have been victims to both Nazism and communism. How dare you say that? Well, what Polak has hurt you and what did he do to you? Literally nothing. I've never been to Chicago. I have no interaction with Polish people. I've literally never... I don't think I've ever interacted with a Polish person. Poland is dope because they used the billions they got from the EU to build beautiful places. Confederacja is a party made of all the craziest people that couldn't get into the government on their own. That's why they have a monarchist guy, but also crazy libs. My Ecuadorian friend told me their president closed all the banks and then changed their currency to the USD. Then he fled the country and now is a professor at Harvard.
Got my whiskers.
What? Oh shit, Rafflegator is Polish. That's right. Yeah, but Rafflegator is also funny, so he doesn't give a shit. Also, American Polish people don't care. They joke about it. I think Polish people from Poland care. They get, like, really fucking mad. They get really mad and really sad when you make fun of them.
Your teeth into. I'd really love to know. Also, in news regarding the vaccine, especially for those of you that are like, I got my vaccination, what's all this about boosters? Do I need one? Is it just for the ultra vulnerable? Do I need to get the same exact one, or can I switch over? Right, wondering if I got the J&J shot, can I do the hokey pokey with the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine? And now, thanks to some preliminary data from the National Institutes of Health, we kind of have an answer, which is always a great thing to say. Kind of. Because keep in mind, none of this has actually been peer-reviewed yet, so things could change. But for now, the evidence and data here seems to suggest that people who receive the J&J shot will experience stronger antibody levels after getting boosters of either Pfizer or Moderna. But the data also reportedly suggesting that people who originally got Pfizer or Moderna will see a similarly strong response after getting a booster from either. And overall, seeming to showcase that the mixing of these vaccines is also safe. But like I said, we're not quite there yet. Up to this point, only the Pfizer vaccine has been approved by the FDA as an actual booster, and even then, only among certain populations. Which actually, on that note, the FDA spent today reviewing and ultimately approving Moderna's booster, again, though only for certain populations. And tomorrow, they'll look into the same question for J&J, with them also reportedly considering the idea of mixing vaccines, though here they're not actually scheduled to make any official recommendation just yet. So it's going to be very interesting to watch, and at least in the United States, this is kind of I feel like a turning of a chapter. A lot of the focus is now going to be on booster shots as well as shots for kids, which actually, regarding the former, the number of people getting boosters here in the United States has now officially surpassed the number of people getting their first doses. But from that, I want to take a second to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Vessi. You know, honestly, it is very hard to find lightweight shoes that actually keep your feet warm and dry through.
I thought Polish people were hyperlibs. What? You thought Polish people were hyper libs? What the fuck? I mean, there's hella Polish people in this community. But no, my friend. Are you fucking nuts, dude? Poland currently has a far-right, like, transphobic, anti-Semitic, anti-immigrant, Islamophobic government, dude. What do you mean? Poland is literally like running towards, like running away from history. The only country that's worse than Poland with respect to their fucking governance is Hungary. Hasan is a social fascist. Read George Jackson and colonize the revolutionaries. Keep away from this psyop. Hasan is a psyop. Yeah.
One more month, Haas Boggies.
Read Tribune of the People. Build up militant workers. Long live Chairman Gonzalo. Fuck rich people. Read Tribune of the People.
1 year of giving my Bezos bucks to house.
That's my favorite type of leftist. Like people who found out about me just from like one fucking article saying how much money I make. So now they fucking reply to me by being like, or quote retweet me by being saying stuff like,
convinced me to get the vaccine, no cap.
I'm gonna jump this guy when I see him next time. I'm gonna go to Los Angeles and murder this guy. And it's like, and then I look at their account and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? You're literally like you're like a fucking pro-labor union account. What the fuck are you, what? Like, did you ever fucking click on anything I've ever done to just like see? Real revolutionaries are waging real people's war right now. Why don't you study their theory? Before we can build a real revolutionary party, we need people who are willing to live, work, and struggle from among the masses. What? Yeah, real revolutionary action is by fucking making a sock account on twitch.tv to go and like fucking schizo post in the chat with the hopes that like someone else who's just as equally deranged as you will click on your fucking links. I mean, this person might literally be neurodivergent and a minor sweaty. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I might be actually making fun of a neurodivergent, literally minor sweaty person. Not the ableism. I'm just, that's the meme is like, I'm literally you're bullying a neurodivergent minor.
Yo.
Oh, because I said schizo posting. Sorry. That's right. That was ableist. I'm sorry. Worst of all, you're making fun of the oppressed group that is white boys from Naperville who are Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. No, no one from fucking Naperville is a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, dude. No, Naperville boys are just like dudes who say they're from Chicago, but they're like conservatives. I do love when people say I'm a psyop or a social fascist. Social fascist. What are you, Stalin? Who says social fascist? The last guy that said that was literally Stalin. What the fuck kind of take is this, dude? That's right.
Yo.
Are there going to be any other hoodie colors? The gray is mid. I agree. The gray one is not going to be out. It's going to be either orange or black, but probably orange. Isn't social fascism just fascism? No, Stalin used to call social democrats who collaborate with fascists social fascists. That's where the term comes from.
Sick hard hassle.
You know, it's like cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, that sort of thing. Just blasting you. Are tiny heads in this season? Did I miss the memo? Yes, Hasan is leading the beauty trend in this regard. What the fuck? Why am I in this? Autumn orange, mustard yellow, please. I can't fit the fucking hoodie to your specific needs.
Have you ever seen the doctor online who vapes through a mask?
No.
There's a doctor that he thinks that masks are silly and they're really only for surgery, and that really they're just to stop spittle and particles from falling out into surgery. He's like, these cloth masks that people are using, his argument is essentially like, watch this.
Yeah.
And then he uses one of them vapes that blows out all the smoke, and he blows right through them, and it comes out the side. He's like, this is what's happening if you breathe.
Yeah.
So he doesn't think they're effective at all.
I think the cloth mask is definitely not, although this is a high quality mask, but the surgical masks better.
Thank you very much. Two-ply.
I'm not trying to sell these for you.
They're pretty
by the
good,
way.
right?
Although people should wear a mask, I think.
And they tighten up on the sides too.
I
They're
noticed
adjustable.
that. Yeah. I mean, it's for a particularly big face.
Yeah, this is the
I
guy.
noticed.
Look at this guy. Watch. Back it up so he vapes again on the other one. Watch this. He takes a hit and then blows right through this. Look at that. So if all that is going out into the air just like your breath is, how is that protecting you from COVID? Is some of it being caught in that thing? Is that the idea? Like, what makes you think, like, but those vape particles, they are larger than COVID, correct?
I mean, right. And COVID aerosolizes. Where do you guys find this stuff, by the way?
But we're online.
He said, where do you guys find this stuff? Welcome to the internet, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. What kind of... Like, I'm more confused how he has never encountered this before. How are you this unprepared, dog? Your job is to literally disseminate accurate medical information for the Clinton Crime News Network, okay? How are you this bad at your fucking job, dude? You've never seen medical misinformation at a time of COVID? Do you not have a single non-liberal fucking friend? Why did you go on this show? What is happening at CNN? Do they think like, oh, well, the rest of America, like, why aren't they getting vaccinated? I wonder why. Apparently, there's a lot of medical misinformation going around. Like, did you not look into it? You know how many fucking videos we've seen of shit like this? How is he ill prepared for this, dude?
Man, this is a podcast. This is what we do.
I got it.
You've listened.
I listen. I just like, I don't, you know.
You can't be shocked now.
Look, I've been so immersed in this for 2 years. Every day I'm reading about this stuff and
unfortunately me as well.
Yeah. And so, but you guys still seem to find things I haven't seen. But it's not perfect. You know, I think that the source control, meaning that am I wearing this mask? If I wear this, how much is it protecting me versus how much is it protecting you if I wear it?
Right.
The source control.
Right.
I think it offers some protection. You know, and I have made the case many times that if you're going to wear a mask, you probably should wear a high quality mask like a KN95. That's what I have. That's what I carry around with me is a KN95.
Can I see the difference that
I came in an Uber when I came over here.
This is bullshit compared to my masks, bro.
Well, I'll tell you what. You didn't even know about your masks, okay? You didn't even know about
yours. Doesn't even adjust. What if you have big ears?
I have a normal size face, Joe.
You do have a normal size. You have a beautiful face.
Thank you very much. No, but it also has these
Bro, I'm so glad that they were just like doing a fucking hangout, dude, with the boys. Just little hangies, dude. Like, does this dude not realize how many people watch Joe Rogan? And how much of a fucking impact, how much of a positive fucking impact he could have had if he took this shit seriously? This episode would have been better if Joe Rogan just had an anti-vaxxer on. Like a random anti-vaxxer. The impact that this episode would have had on Joe Rogan's fan base would have been better. Here's why. He has anti-vaxxers all the time. And his fan base would have been like, oh, here's another boring fucking anti-vaxxer. Jesus Christ. But when you have Sanjay on, and then you blow his fucking back out with your dumb, idiotic ape brain in a way that like all the other dumb, idiotic apes are going to respond positively to, it's literally worse. It's worse than having a fucking anti-vaxxer on. Yeah, this is true. As far as Rogan fans are concerned, Joe just rolled Mr. CNN. And every fucking dick-sucking, titty-sucking worm on the internet that makes a living off of being like, nom, 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 nom. Joe Rogan, please have me on your podcast. Nom, 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 nom. I too hate mainstream media. Follow me instead. Nom, 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 nom. They're all like probably fucking clipping this shit, jerking off to it like extra hard, like, oh, lying news, CNN got fucking dumpstered and dumpstered by Joe Rogan's big, thick, veiny brain.
Hold $1.
Please have me on your podcast, Joe. Please. I'm so sad. I'm so pathetic. I'm so fucking desperate, dude. Please. You know what I mean? And to the people who say like, oh, would you turn down a Joe Rogan interview? Fuck not. Fuck not. Fuck no. Of course not. But there's a reason why, despite being the fucking most popular socialist broadcaster in the country currently, I will never be invited on the Joe Rogan experience. Because I don't suck them off beforehand. David Pakman? Yeah, but David, I mean, David doesn't fucking blow his back out. That's the difference.
Hassle, hassle, hassle.
Like, I don't think David Pakman probably fucking rips into his asshole as much as I do. Also, David Pakman's not a socialist. That's a lie. You'd go on because you're a fan. No, of course I would go on. I would 1000% go on. One, I would go on because I used to be a gigantic fan of fucking Joe Rogan. Okay? And two, his platform is insanely large. And three, I would no longer have to run top of the hour, every hour ad breaks. You know what I mean? I would just stop doing that in its entirety. But hey, I haven't been on Joe Rogan yet, so I am going to run a top of the hour, every hour ad break at 4:26 instead of 4 p.m. And I'm going to also tell you, you can avoid those ads. It's all good if you don't want to see them. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or you can do it for free. With a Twitch Prime, that is. There's other stuff that you can do as well, but I can't get into it anymore. So here's the 1 minute ad break now. Starting at 2:30, this is the people you are talking about. To Joe vibe. What?
It's electrically charged, so it's supposed to catch things a little bit better than they take the particles of the fibers and they electrostatically charge them, so it makes it harder for the particles to get. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But KN95 is supposed to block about 95% of particles. It's not by any means perfect, and most people don't wear these. They wear a cloth mask, so it's not going to be as effective.
So you suggest that people wear a KN95? That is what you suggest?
I think if you're going to wear a mask, then wear a good mask. And
what
then
about them dudes who wear bandanas like they're robbing an old West Bank?
They would totally be vaping through those things easy.
I saw a guy the other day. He didn't even have a fucking mask on. He had a face shield with all this underneath. You could like reach under it and touch his face. Like, what are you wearing? wearing? What is this? That's not doing anything.
Like a lot of it doesn't make sense.
But
it doesn't make sense.
I wear masks because I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. That's why I'm when you're supposed to wear a mask or a mask is suggested. I wear a mask just so people feel at ease.
Yeah.
Because I see certain people, particularly people that are anxiety-ridden, that see someone without a mask and they get upset and they tense up. Look, this has been a strain on a lot of folks that were barely hanging on during normal times.
Yeah.
2 years ago, there was people that were filled with anxiety, freaking the fuck out about regular life. Those people are still around. I recognize that, so when I'm supposed to wear a mask, I don't complain. I put it on, but I don't think it does anything. I feel like when I'm wearing that mask, I'm just placating people and making them feel good, which I'm fine with. We're in a weird time. It doesn't bother me. But I know people that have gotten sick while wearing a mask. I know a bunch of people. I think at this point, I know 3 or 4 people that for sure were wearing a mask when they caught it.
Yeah, it's by no means perfect at all. But
okay, I'm done. I can't. Dude.
Pepe La 2 more months.
It's undefeated. Anecdotes stay undefeated. There's literally no fucking way to defeat someone like Joe Rogan or just vaccine misinformation in the marketplace of IDs. I think we're lost.
25 years.
We're literally fucking lost, dude. Like, this is the best? Motherfucker said, I know 3 or 4 people that got it. And Sanjay's like, well, masks are not fully effective. Like, what are you doing, dude? Where's your sense of responsibility, dude? What would you have said in response to Joe there? Masks are there to protect others because COVID is a pre-symptomatic spreader, meaning you might not know you have COVID and give it to other people. And that's precisely why, when we know it's like aerosol transmission, that's precisely why mask wearing for every single person is the most effective way of stopping the spread of COVID, while also simultaneously social distancing. Masks do work. Masks are pretty fucking effective. They're not 100%, but that doesn't mean that it's not effective. The most effective way that a mask works, however, is by stopping you from giving COVID to others, not necessarily stopping you from getting COVID from others. If you're wearing a mask and someone with COVID is not wearing a mask, you can still get COVID. But if you're not wearing a mask and someone who has COVID is wearing a mask, the likelihood of you getting COVID is a lot lower. That's how it works. And the best possible way of stopping the spread of COVID is if you're social distancing or if you're outdoors otherwise, and both parties are wearing a mask.
But also, you got to keep in mind that when you're wearing the mask, it's most likely, it's what's called source control. So you're more likely to
keep from giving it to people.
To keep from spreading it, yeah. Not perfect, obviously, from the
Not
video.
even a little perfect.
Not even a little bit. Although I think that guy, I think maybe
he's
that
hamming it up.
A little bit. A little bit.
But what if you breathe heavy? What if you just get
You're
done
a heavy
jogging?
breather. The guy's really, really heavy. No, but all these things, I think in combination help. Look, this is how I look at it. Right now, things are looking good in terms of the trajectories. Numbers are coming down.
Falling down, right?
Hospitalization's coming down. It's still.
I just don't like that you can't fight back against anecdotal information, which is doing other anecdotes. Do it then. Do it. Sigma mindset. That's what I started realizing. Like, you can't defeat someone who's just like, I know a guy. So you just say, I know 2 guys. And just look him dead in the eyes. Be like, I know 2 guys. Yeah. And if he says he knows 2, then you say, oh, I just remembered I know 3. That's it. Like, because ultimately, like, debates are bullshit, right? Like, the ultimate goal of a debate is to change the other person's mind if you're, like, trying to fucking change their mind or whatever. So, like, if they're using fucking anecdotes and if they're, like, so fucking lost in the sauce, then, like, logic and reasoning is not going to bring them back to the real world. You know what I mean? Just say you know two guys. Just say like, you know a guy? I know 100 guys.
Still a fire burning. We still have over 100,000 cases a day. Once we get under 10,000 cases per day, it's an arbitrary number. But if you say, hey, what is it, the point where you say we feel like we got this under control?
The original vaccine was designed to deal with the alpha variant, right? Or the first version.
That's right.
How much different is it with the Delta and then with all these other ones that are coming up from the rest of the world? Like I know the Lambda.
Wait, another good one. Oh yeah, that's another one. I've used this tactic before as well on this broadcast. I know better guys. That's another one. You like he says he knows like a regular guy. You say you know a doctor. That's like you leveled up on his guy. So like one doctor is worth like 4 normal guys. You know what I mean? He can say like I know 4 or 5 guys, and you can say like, well, I know 2 or 3 doctors. Owned. Yeah.
Was it the Wu? Is that the or Moo? Is it
what
Moo?
if they say doctor? Then you have to just say I know more doctors than you. Like you have to say like I know more doctors than you, and they have better degrees than your doctors. No, virologists don't matter because those are fake news. The people that have the appropriate background do not matter in this conversation. We're not having a conversation about empirical evidence or like that. If you're like, oh well, I know an epidemiologist, like that doesn't matter. What happened to the epidemiologist matters. Like, because actually you could lose the argument if you say I know an epidemiologist, because the other side is like, well, I know 4 guys and you know a fake person whose like entire job is lying, and the NIH is funding all of the studies, and all those guys are epidemiologists, and they created COVID in a laboratory and then lied about its results, and like also wanted everybody to wear a mask so that everyone would fucking pass out from halitosis because everyone's breath stinks, obviously. And then when that wasn't enough because the brave patriots refused to wear a mask, then we decided to give them vaccines that of course have microchips in them that cause you to be infertile because they wanted people to stop what the fuck? Sorry. Anyway, let's keep going.
Ooh, it's going down the Greek alphabet.
Careful. The Wu Chang is coming. Then we're fucked. Once the Wu, there ain't nothing to fuck with. I already know that.
The other variants don't look as bad as Delta.
So Delta, but I thought the Lambda was a real issue.
They're keeping an eye on it, but Delta still appears to be more contagious than that one. So Delta was a particularly bad variant. You know,
yeah, that's what I got.
That's what you got. Yeah, because it was what 2 months ago now.
Yeah, and the way I got it was just being dumb. I mean,
you're in Florida.
Florida, doing concerts in the round. So what that means is it's an arena, and there's 14,000 people, and you're in the center. So here, everyone's screaming, they're laughing, so that's spraying out. And then when you get off stage, you have to walk through the crowd to get back to the green room. So you're high-fiving people, walking through people, breathing on me. Then we went out drinking and playing pool and didn't get back until we quit playing pool at 3:30 in the morning.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I was exhausted.
How do you do that? I mean, just.
I love that he legit is like, nah, dude, it's just because I was like, you know, if I hadn't drank and I hadn't like fucking played pool, like I'd be fine. Like, bro, you got it. You know what I mean? Like your immune system was weak and compromised, and that like, you know, you were tired. But if you got it, you kind of got it, right? Isn't that how that works? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Very healthy lifestyle he's describing. I thought he was healthy and fit.
Just aside from pandemic, I mean, I'm 51. How old are you now?
54.
How do you do it, man?
I exercise and I take vitamins,
you
sir.
Exercise it so you can.
Steroids, motherfucker. How are you? Okay, I literally do not believe in Dr. Sanjay Gupta's like doctorate credentials anymore. Like, what do you mean? How are you like that, dude? Like, look at him. He looks like a Ninja Turtle, bro. You think he takes Onnit supplements? That's why? Bro, what kind of fucking... What are you, Dr. Oz, dude? What the fuck's going on? What's wrong with every fucking neurosurgeon, dude? Why are they so brain dead? Dr. Oz, Greek doctor, Greek.
Go play pool till 3:30 in the morning.
I'm trying to suck life dry. I'm trying to enjoy myself, and that's how I enjoy I'm a big fan of pool. I'm an enthusiast.
Well,
that's my addiction game.
And the next day you weren't sure because
the next day I was hungover, so I assumed it was the hangover. I was
Right.
like, God, I feel like shit. But it was like headachy, hangover type thing. But then I did a show that night. No problem. Show was great. Had a great time in Orlando. Shout out to Orlando. And then
Dude, I do think he's just like, he's such a nerd and he just like desperately wants Joe Rogan, who is like the cool guy, to like him.
got on a plane, and when I was on the plane, I was like, I am weary, like in a weird way. It was an odd weary, and I was like, I'm just gonna, keep an open mind about this. But then when I got home, I was in my house. I was like, something's up, and I told my wife. I said, how about I'm gonna go to a different part of the house. I go, I really feel like I have it. I go, Phil, and she's like, you look great. And I was like, yeah, I know.
But you were getting tested regularly, though, weren't you?
Yes.
So did you know you had it at that point?
No,
Or it didn't test positive
because
yet.
we didn't bring the test kit to Florida.
Got it.
But when I got back, I was like, I feel like I caught something there. I'm not sure, but let me just isolate, because I
Right.
knew something was off.
Yeah.
I was hoping I was just gonna recover and be fine, because I was talking normal, I wasn't coughing or anything like that. But then in the middle of the night, I was sweating a lot, and I had like chills, and I was like, I think I got it. So then we got tested on Sunday, and then I started immediately getting treatment. So Sunday was the real rough day. And he wasn't even, I've had the flu before. It was like the flu.
So how?
Why did he isolate if COVID doesn't affect children? Why did he throw the kitchen sink at it if COVID is not that big of a problem? Why did he take fucking the FDA approved for emergency authorization treatment in the form of monoclonal antibodies if ivermectin is good enough? Why is he still singling out ivermectin as though it's like probably the reason why he got saved? So many questions I have, and none of them are answered. Sad.
Like, yeah, how bad was it overall?
I was walking around.
Was Joe Rogan always this stupid, or has he changed? No, he's always this stupid. His stupidity is his selling point. Like, that's why we love him. Okay? Like, him being dumb is literally the selling point of the show, because we're all fucking dumb. He did get worse. So, he was always dumb in, like, a really loving way. And of course, he's still a comedian, so, like, he has the capability of pointing out contradictions, hypocrisies, things like that, and it's fucking funny. And then you have the Joe Rogan mannerisms like, oh, have you ever tried DMT? Or constantly talking about Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Dude, what am I doing right now? My brain is like literally not working. I'm just slurring my fucking words and shit. I said Brazilian. Huh. Not good. Yeah, he talks about like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, the Gracies. about bears ripping off, or gorillas ripping off people's arms and shit. Like a whole bunch of cool stuff, you know. But ultimately, he was like a good dude whose heart seemingly was in the right place. And then he started meeting like all these fucking IDW freaks. Okay, and it started then. It started like around, you know, Gamergate, like anti-SJW shit was popping off on YouTube. And he started having these like real weird fucking Islamophobic liberals on, who started shitting on the left like nonstop. And then the media would rip on him for understandable reasons. I mean, he like, I would say
an entire year. Thanks to
he
you, I
is
have a girlfriend
responsible
now.
for the careers of so many right-wing shitheads. Don't you shit on the left? I mean, yeah. I shit on everybody that deserves to be shitted on. What did this fucking idiot say? So simple, just lie to them. We need HIV test mandates. Why he keeps looking at the camera? Lamafao. Says the guy that pushed the horse dewormer lie. Rogan is a real leftist. Hasan doesn't talk about anybody. He's quite the opposite. People talk about him. You know why? Because he's important and smart and everyone knows it. Just watch the news. Wait, what? What happened to this motherfucker, dude? Anyway, so yeah, so he used to do shit like this, dude. I mean, this is so whack. I'm sorry, but this is literally the wackest group of motherfuckers you can hang out with, dude. You are such a loser, Joe. Holy fuck. Imagine hanging out with these dudes, bro. Like, literally. Just the most boring. Yeah, nightmare blunt rotation is right, dude. It is just like, you are hanging out, like, Dave Rubin is the coolest person on that table. You know what I mean? That's how fucking shitty everyone is. Like, at least he's like a normal human. You know what I mean? I bet they found so many unique ways. Oh shit, Shapiro's literally moving away from Rubin's hand. That's pretty funny. You know how like Orthodox Jews can't touch women that's not their wives? I wonder if he thinks like the same goes for gay people or something. Because like you can see him moving a little bit. Did you guys know that? I found out about that because like there's like a hover hand Ben Shapiro compilation and it's pretty funny. And then people were like saying that the person who posted it was being anti-Semitic because he's Orthodox Jewish and Orthodox Jews can't touch women that aren't their wives or something. I mean, it's probably a good thing for Ben Shapiro, especially like, you know, he should probably touch no one. Let's be real. What's your issue with Sam Harris? Sam Harris is the fucking lamest, wackest motherfucker, dude. He literally had the bell curve guy on his podcast and then like defended his takes. Sam Harris is such a fucking racist piece of shit too. Like, he toes the line a lot better than all of the other dudes. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I'm actually totally a reasonable guy, and I'm actually totally reasonable. I'm a liberal, and that's why I decided to, you know, bring in the guy that the wonderful Charles Murray, who was responsible for the bell curve, which is of course complete made up nonsense about how there's a scientific basis looking at IQ that shows that there's a difference in IQ amongst different races. Come on, bro. Sam Nuclear First Strike Islam Harris. Sam Racial Profiling is Good Harris against Muslims.
Sam Harris is just Bill Maher without the TV show.
Yeah, I mean, neither are funny. Sam Harris impression on point. So I actually, this is a fun little story. I met Sam Harris before. He didn't know who I was at the time, and I didn't tell him I was working at the Young Turks, but I talked to him on it was like an impromptu debate almost at the Santa Monica Equinox. No, I did not fangirl at all. No. I fucking despised him at the time. Yeah. I had a long ass conversation with him at the Santa Monica Equinox. Like, he did not know I was Muslim. He did not know I worked for the Young Turks until the end. And in that conversation, he literally pointed to the Santa Monica Pier behind us. And he said, in an effort to defend racial profiling for Muslims, that if a bomb blew up in the Santa Monica Pier behind us, who do you think is most likely to be responsible for that? It's Muslims. It would be a Muslim terrorist. It would not be a Mormon. So that's precisely the reason why hyper-focusing on Islam when it comes to domestic terrorism is the adequate thing. Something along those lines. And to the people who say, like, there's no way he said that, I mean, he says it literally. He fucking says it on his podcast, or used to, all the time. He says shit like that literally all the time. The irony, of course, is that the Santa Monica Pier, if it blew up, like, the most likely culprit would be a fucking far-right anti-government extremist, because that's the overwhelming majority of terror attacks on domestic soil since 9/11. Do not come. You don't realize how much of a hypocrite you are, you piece of shit. Respect Joe Rogan and suck his dick and titty. Okay, dude. He's a rabid Zionist as well. Yeah, I don't really understand how he can be like a atheist but also a Zionist at the same time. That's always an interesting one.
Sussy.
Isn't he supposed to be getting a bit better and distancing himself from the IDW? This is why I know Kreen's from another community. Still in here after all these years, but he is. Apparently he is distancing himself from the IDW. He's like talking about how, get off from that ivermectin hill, Joe Rogan. But like, that's because he sees the tide shifting. I don't think he has any fucking intellectual credibility or anything like that. When he apologizes for all of his fucking Islamophobic rhetoric, then I'll start believing that he's like changing. I don't understand how someone can consider themselves an art critic while knowing nothing of art history. Most music through history, the best of which we still play today, only exists due to being a glorification of the status quo, i.e. literally every classical composer. Wait. Did Lawrence Southern say that Mozart, who literally wrote about eating shit directly out of his mother's ass in his famous work, what was it, like Lieschen meine Arschloch? Is that what it was? That guy was a fucking conservative for the time. Is that what she's saying? That's real. Mozart was a shit fetishist. Lech mich am Arsch. Yeah, lick my ass. Lick my asshole. Famous poem that Mozart wrote to his mother. Worst part, his mother wrote back. Was it his mother? I thought it was not lick my ass, but lick me in the ass. He seems to be under the impression that good art only existed when people could write songs about the revolutionary class. This is inaccurate. The greatest art ever made was usually created to flatter an aristocracy for commissions, unless he thinks Bach and Wagner are trash. Wagner? That's a self-report. Literal self-report. Out of all of the composers that she could have chosen from, choosing Wagner, before I start writing to you, I have to go to the Jean. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart writes to his cousin, Maria Anna Thekla or Besle. Well, now that's off of it. Now my heart feels so much lighter again. It's like a big stone is off my chest. It was his cousin. I thought it was his mother. Wagner wasn't even classical. He was romantic, literal, nationalistic art movement. How do you ruin every single historically famous person, for me, including Mozart? Who cares if he liked fucking eating shit, dude? I mean, seriously. Separate the art from the artist. But also, if you know what sub I visit and their views on Harris, then you go there to read it too. Motherfucker, you know I love reading hate comments. If there's an incredibly active subreddit dedicated nearly exclusively to hating on me, but then almost hating on me to such a degree that like some of them are like, yo, we gotta fucking dial this back a little bit. We are behaving like Ice Poseidon 2 at this moment for Hasan. Like, what the fuck's going on? Then yeah, of course I'm gonna read it and laugh at it non-fucking stop. It's awesome.
Nice.
Bro, this guy literally, Tchaikovsky had a bigger cultural impact anyway. Stream the new Stravinsky, bro. He's like Wagner fell off plus ratio plus NBA NBA Youngboy better. Have you seen Kiwi Farms? Yes. Oh, he wrote to his sister and parents about poop stuff.
Separate the fart from the fartist.
Kalani also wrote about shit eating. The Zoomer call it groceries. Okay, dude, eat that booty like groceries. That's like, that's not eating the shit out of the asshole. And also, not talking about fucking eating your mother's shit out of her asshole. And it was Janae Aiko. Wasn't Kalani. Blue cheese, not groceries. True. Committed living out of not understanding things, so I'm not surprised. Here are my words. There are no other words. No serious jazz singer looking to hone their craft is taking notes from the king of glorified lounge acts. Ella and Billy was his ass any day. You know nothing about music. You're just a professional grifter. Fuck off. Of course, Lauren, great replacement Southern's go-to jazz singer is a definition of limited range and presentation over ability. Plus, he didn't even write his best stuff himself. He didn't care about the cultural context of jazz, which is why he gave that money to racist Ronnie. Racist Ronnie being racist. Oh my God. Why does... Yo. Give me the strength of a fucking... Give me the strength and confidence of a average white lady on the internet, man. Holy fuck. Average conservative white lady. Like, imagine going up against the internet's busiest music nerd, dude. About music. Like, listen, if you guys were going to talk about white supremacy, that's kind of your range, okay? This motherfucker is a nerd for music. And he's busy. The fuck are you doing? Your internet's busiest white supremacist. Why would you fucking... Why would you try to, like... debate him on this shit? To be fair, yeah, Lauren isn't even the big... she's not even the busiest... I don't understand why people complain about your ads. I was watching our Queen Pokey just before and got hit with 6 30-second ads. Anywhere. Here comes the top of the hour ad break, chat. Let's go. Damn. It's true. Yeah, an ad break is coming. But if you no longer want to see those ads, though, there are things you can do. Like, for example, you can subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, which you can get by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That's true. There's other stuff that you can use as well, but I don't know what they are. Here's the ad now. So in other words, you're just going to write great artists out of canon because you don't like their politics. Sinatra was a man of many talents. However, if he doesn't suffice, how about Lovecraft, Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, Jorge Luis Borges, Elvis, Dave Mustaine? Here are my words. There are no other words. No serious jazz singer looking to hone their craft is taking notes from the king of glorified lounge acts. Ella and Billy was his ass any day. You know nothing about music. You're just a professional grifter. Fuck off. Ella Fitzgerald would disagree with you, seeing as she loved Frank Sinatra and performed with him. Retroactive snobbery on the basis of politics is not the same thing as actual taste. Ella's technical proficiency over Frank isn't really up for debate. I mean, I don't know anything that's going on. I love that she mentioned Lovecraft, though. By the way, don't you find it funny that, like, when people mention Lovecraft, for example, like, you're basically doing the substitution that, like, being a white supremacist is being conservative? And in no other context would people ever do that. There was another list of, like, conservative artists, and they literally mentioned Mel Gibson in there, right? And I was like, what has Mel Gibson done other than, you know, the famous incident that leads anyone to think that he is a conservative? I guess we'll pay Passion of the Christ too, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're literally doing a self-report on that one. Mel didn't put a hamster up his butt. No, that wasn't Mel. That was also a lie told by the Church of Scientology about Richard Gere because he left the Church of Scientology. Lovecraft was a notorious racist, bro. No, I know that, dude. I know what Lovecraft named his cat, for example. The point is, you're literally you're doing a self-report when you're like, oh, famous conservative Lovecraft. What's famously conservative about him other than how fucking racist he was? Obviously, you then understand that conservatives are fucking racist.
Hassle.
Wait, he regretted being racist later in his life? I did not know that. Is that true, or did someone make that up? Nah, he regretted not being more racist. Why did she say Tolkien? I did not know Tolkien was, like, racist. The orcs are black people? You just made that up, dude. Oh my god, he was a... Wait, no shot. He described the orcs in Lord of the Rings as being a mongoloid race? Or did he mean like they're Mongolian? Like they're similar to the Mongols? And you misunderstood? I know it's a slur. Because the orcs do seem like the Mongolian horde, you know, incredibly powerful. Mongol in a derogatory way, you fool.
"9 months. Love you all."
He compared dwarves to the Jews. That's really interesting. You know who else did that? Not even dwarves who are cool, but like straight up fucking goblins. That's right. Everybody's favorite turf. Dave Chappelle's new ally. JK motherfucking Rowling, baby. You compared them to Jews not in an anti-Semitic way, but because they were a nation without land? Oh.
Separate the cum from the cummer.
Lovecraft being racist, who cares? But he was an anti-Irish bigot, and that is unforgivable. That's funny.
"13 months.
Dude, I'm not going to
How long
watch the
until I
classical
make a shit
composition
taken
by
good
Adam
game?
Neely or whatever. Reminder, this is literally conservatives' view of rock music.
Rock and roll is a public health question.
Yeah, rock and roll's over. You're still talking about rock and roll as though Barack Obama didn't happen. Honestly, it's for another day, but Barack Obama destroyed rock and roll.
You have convinced me of this.
There was rock and roll, then there was Barack Obama. Now there is no rock and roll.
Yep.
So he did something good.
But because rock and roll was about white male angst. White male teenage angst.
Yeah.
And then Barack Obama came
And
along
stealing a
and
lot
said
of his
that,
tropes from better black music.
Yeah,
then,
really.
well, Barack Obama came along and said young white men aren't allowed to have angst.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to basically express their dissatisfaction because they're so
toxic.
Yeah. And so truly rock and roll just stopped.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Rock and roll is a public health question.
He's right. Rock and roll, famously a white genre of music started by white people and also now stopped.
Thanks, Obama.
Obama made white angst illegal, and that's why the whites are so chill now? Yeah, literally. Like, we didn't live through the past 4 fucking years of white angst. Damn, you banned him? Why? What did he do?
I also want to invite Kim from Chesapeake. She's carrying an American flag that was carried at the peaceful rally with Donald J. Trump on January 6th. I ask you all to rise and join us as Mark Lloyd leads us in the pledge.
Face the flag. I pledge.
Wait, this is how every fucking conservative is, dude.